Welcome to Audio Sleep Stories for Adults. Amid the rush of modern life, there is a quiet sanctuary where profound ideas don the soft cloak of storytelling, inviting you to listen deeply and let your mind drift gently into restful sleep. Today, we embark together on a journey into the realm of the lost history of ancient supercivilizations, a voyage to uncover wonders hidden beneath familiar surfaces. Have you ever wondered what truly unfolds around us that we have yet to perceive? Settle in, close your eyes, or simply relax your body, and let each word carry you farther into a landscape of knowledge, emotion, and secrets unnamed. Long ago, long before written records or the rise of known empires, the Earth was home to civilizations whose echoes have been nearly erased by time. Across continents, scattered artifacts and puzzling structures hint at human ingenuity far surpassing what history books often reveal. From the precise alignments of megalithic sites under the stars to ancient metallurgies that defy conventional timelines, a complex tapestry of human achievement lies buried beneath layers of soil and silence. Scientific explorations in remote deserts and underwater ruins reveal traces of advanced societies whose knowledge of astronomy, engineering, and social organization could rival our own. Carbon dating and geological studies suggest that cataclysmic events, gigantic floods, volcanic eruptions, shifting tectonic plates, may have wiped clean the physical footprints of these cultures, leaving behind only cryptic symbols and myths shared across distant peoples. Imagine an epoch when ships crossed oceans unknown, when cities thrived around now submerged continents, and when knowledge was passed not just by word but through coded artifacts waiting for curious minds to decode. Each new discovery challenges our understanding of human history, urging us to reconsider the timeline of civilization's rise and fall. Perhaps, in the quiet moments before sleep, your mind will wander to these ancient places, tracing the lines of forgotten maps and hearing whispers from civilizations lost to memory. Maybe, in a few moments, you will drift into a gentle sleep like a summer breeze, or perhaps you will awaken with a new question and a heart inflamed with inspiration. So now, shall we begin? Imagine, for a moment, standing beneath the vast canopy of stars that sprinkle the night sky, a cosmic tapestry stretching back billions of years. Somewhere in that infinite expanse, civilizations rose and fell, their stories etched not in the pages of written history but whispered through the shadows of time itself. What if, long before our recorded chronicles, there existed supercivilizations whose brilliance rivaled or even exceeded our own? What truths might their echoes hold about the trajectory of intelligence, culture, and technology in the universe? This is not merely a question of archaeology or mythology. It is an invitation to peer into the very essence of human curiosity, to examine the fragile line between memory and oblivion, and to reflect on the profound nature of progress and decay. The concept of ancient supercivilizations at once fascinates and unsettles. It dances on the border between scientific inquiry and the imaginations of mythmakers. To approach it responsibly, one must navigate a complex interweaving of evidence, hypothesis, and philosophical inquiry. Long before the pyramids of Egypt dazzled the world, before the great cities of Mesopotamia irrigated fertile crescent valleys, and even prior to the flourishing of the Indus and Mayan cultures, whispers of advanced societies linger in the margins. Enigmatic structures, geological anomalies, and tantalizing artifacts that challenge conventional timelines. Yet, what do we mean by a supercivilization? It is tempting to imagine a civilization with technology surpassing even our modern achievements, vast networks of knowledge, energy manipulation beyond fossil fuels or nuclear power, perhaps even mastery over genetics or space travel. But beyond sheer technological prowess, the essence of such a civilization might lie in the sophistication of its social, philosophical, and ecological systems, a harmony between intellect and environment, a profound understanding of cosmic principles. It is here where science, history, and philosophy converge, encouraging us to consider not only what was built, but why and how it related to the natural world and the cosmos. Consider the legend of Atlantis, first mentioned by Plato around 360 BCE. While dismissed by many as allegory, the persistent retellings of an advanced, lost empire fuel speculation. In the 20th century, discoveries of submerged cities and ancient structures beneath the waters of the Mediterranean and other oceans reignited debate on whether such ancient marvels might indeed have existed. However, the physical evidence remains ambiguous. What if these stories are distorted memories of real civilizations that flourished during a time when the Earth's climate, sea levels, and tectonic arrangements were different? Geological studies indicate that the last ice age ended around 11,700 years ago, reshaping coastlines dramatically. Could some early civilizations have been lost beneath rising seas, their histories erased or submerged? From a geological perspective, the Earth has witnessed several cataclysmic events that reset the clock on civilizations. The Toba supervolcanic eruption approximately 74,000 years ago, for example, is believed to have caused a dramatic bottleneck in human populations, as suggested by genetic studies tracing back mitochondrial DNA lineages. This event may have thinned out or even eradicated early attempts at complex societies. Yet, might some groups have survived, adapting in ways we have yet to fully understand? Archaeologists have unearthed sites like Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, stone circles dating back more than 11,000 years, predating Stonehenge by millennia. This challenges the standard model that agriculture and settled life were prerequisites for monumental architecture and social complexity. In the realm of biology, the evolution of intelligence itself is a key marker for civilization. Homo sapiens emerged roughly 300,000 years ago, but the cognitive revolution, an explosion of symbolic thought, culture, and technology, occurred around 70,000 years ago. This raises profound questions. Were there other hominid species or proto-civilizations developing parallel to or even before Homo sapiens? Neanderthals and Denisovans, for instance, possessed complex tools and cultural behaviors, yet disappeared about 40,000 years ago. Could they have established societal frameworks now lost to time? More intriguingly, did interbreeding and cultural exchange influence the development of what we consider modern civilization? Philosophically, the idea of lost supercivilization strikes a chord with the human fear of impermanence and the hope for transcendence. Civilizations are in many ways like stars, born from the dense nebula of human creativity. They burn bright and eventually fade. The philosopher Oswald Spengler saw history as an organic cycle, a rise and fall of civilizations, each with a lifespan measured in centuries or millennia. Yet, what if some cycles stretch far beyond our linear perception of time? What if, buried beneath layers of rock and legend, are echoes of civilizations whose knowledge could reshape our understanding of humanity's place in cosmic history? Modern science, in its empirical rigor, approaches these questions cautiously. Satellite imagery has revealed anomalous patterns beneath jungles in Central America, and LiDAR technology has uncovered vast networks of ancient cities previously hidden by dense vegetation. Such discoveries, published in journals like Science and Nature, expand our understanding of early human achievements. A 2021 study using LiDAR in Guatemala uncovered tens of thousands of structures beneath the rainforest, suggesting a dense and complex civilization thriving long before European contact. How many more remains lie undiscovered, buried beneath soil or ocean depths, awaiting rediscovery? The search for ancient supercivilizations also intersects intriguingly with astrophysics and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI. The Kardashev scale, proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964, classifies civilizations by their energy consumption, from planetary type I to stellar type II and galactic type III scales. Intriguingly, if such advanced civilizations existed on Earth in the past, what footprints would they leave? The absence of overt megastructures or energy signatures pushes us to reconsider the markers of advancement. Perhaps true supercivilizations transcend our material conception, blending technology seamlessly with natural systems, abiding by principles we have yet to grasp. Reflecting on these ideas, one cannot help but feel a stirring mix of awe and humility. The Earth, a modest blue dot in the cosmic ocean, has been host to a saga of life, an intellect far more intricate and mysterious than textbooks often admit. Like cosmic archaeologists, we sift through fragments, pottery shards, cryptic ruins, DNA sequences, to piece together stories that challenge our assumptions. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations beckons us not simply to rewrite history, but to reimagine the future of civilization itself. At its core, this exploration invites us to question what we consider progress and permanence. Is the accumulation of monuments and technologies the true measure of a civilization's greatness, or might wisdom, resilience, and harmony hold deeper significance? If entire civilizations can vanish, swallowed by geological cataclysms or their own hubris, what lessons lie in their silent ruins? How might these lessons inform our stewardship of Earth and our quest to reach the stars? As we stand on the cusp of potentially becoming a planetary civilization ourselves, the echoes of forgotten supercivilizations offer both a mirror and a warning. They remind us that our story is but one thread in a vast cosmic tapestry, fragile yet capable of brilliance. The lost pages of ancient history challenge us to listen closely to the rocks beneath our feet, the stars above, and the enduring human spirit that seeks to understand its origin and destiny. So, as you gaze into the night sky tonight, consider this. What if the history we know is just a fleeting chapter in a much grander saga? And if the ghosts of ancient supercivilizations still linger, waiting to be heard, what might their stories reveal about who we are and who we might yet become? To delve deeper into the essence and definition of ancient supercivilizations, it is instructive to examine not only their hypothetical technological and cultural achievements, but also the underlying frameworks that define what it means to be a civilization in the broadest sense. Anthropologists and historians traditionally define civilizations by several interconnected attributes: urban development, social stratification, symbolic communication, such as writing, and the capacity for complex economic and political organization. Yet, when applying these criteria to the notion of supercivilizations, especially those potentially predating known history, rigidity must give way to nuance and interdisciplinary openness. One crucial element is the concept of urbanism. The rise of cities as hubs of culture, governance, and technological innovation is often seen as a hallmark of civilization. The earliest known cities, such as Uruk in Mesopotamia, BCE, represent monumental shifts from nomadic life to settled, large-scale societies. However, discoveries such as Göbekli Tepe, tilde 9600 BCE, which consists of massive megalithic enclosures built by hunter-gatherers before the advent of agriculture, suggest that urban-like complexes and social organization could arise under conditions previously deemed improbable. This challenges the traditional linear narrative that agriculture necessarily preceded complex social order. In addition, scholars in the field of complexity science propose that civilizations might be better understood as emergent systems, networks of interrelated components that self-organize and evolve over time. This perspective allows for the possibility that ancient supercivilizations may have developed sophisticated knowledge systems not easily recognizable through conventional archaeological remains. For example, intangible cultural practices such as oral traditions, ritualistic knowledge, and ecological management strategies might have encoded advanced principles of sustainability and social cohesion, yet leave minimal direct material trace. An intriguing case study supporting this broader view is found in the Amazon basin, where recent studies suggest expansive pre-Columbian societies engineered the landscape in ways that challenge the pristine wilderness paradigm. Researchers like anthropologist Michael Heckenberger and archaeologist Jose Iriart have documented vast networks of earthworks, roads, and managed soils, termed terra preta, that indicate deliberate and highly coordinated environmental modification. These findings imply that complex civilizations existed in regions previously considered unsuitable for large populations, potentially rivaling contemporaneous urban centers elsewhere. Such evidence hints at a supercivilization's capacity for harmonizing technological innovation with ecological balance, a theme resonant with the philosophical conception of ancient supercivilizations as integrators of intellect and nature. Parallel to archaeological and anthropological evidence, the disciplines of geology and paleoclimatology provide pivotal insights into the conditions that might have nurtured or obliterated early civilizations. The Younger Dryas event, tilde 12, 900 to 11,700 years ago, characterized by a sudden return to glacial conditions, had profound impacts on human societies attempting to transition to agriculture and settlement. Some researchers, such as Dr. Randall Carlson, posit that catastrophic environmental disruptions, possibly including comet impacts or massive floods, could explain sudden collapses or the disappearance of advanced cultures. Although these hypotheses remain controversial, they underscore the importance of integrating Earth system sciences into the study of ancient supercivilizations. Furthermore, linguistic and genetic studies offer another dimension to this inquiry. Advances in ancient DNA analysis have revolutionized our understanding of human migration, admixture, and cultural diffusion. For example, the sequencing of Neanderthal and Denisovan genomes has revealed episodes of interbreeding with Homo sapiens, contributing gene variants that affect immune response and adaptation. This genetic interconnectivity suggests that the cognitive and cultural evolution leading to civilization was not a singular, isolated event, but a mosaic of contributions from multiple hominin groups. The tantalizing possibility emerges that some cognitive capacities and innovations attributed solely to Homo sapiens may have roots deeper in our evolutionary history, perhaps reflecting knowledge systems of archaic hominins that influenced early civilizations. In terms of myth and cultural memory, Joseph Campbell's work on comparative mythology elucidates recurring motifs across disparate cultures that might hint at shared ancestral experiences or collective memory. Themes such as a great flood, celestial deities, and primordial knowledge recur in Mesopotamian, Indian, Mesoamerican, and Polynesian traditions alike. Some researchers interpret these parallels as archetypal symbols, while others suggest they could preserve fragmented recollections of actual events or civilizations. The legendary city of Atlantis, the biblical Eden, the Hindu concept of Satya Yuga, a golden age, and the Maya's cycles of creation and destruction all point to a universal human fascination with origins and lost knowledge. The field of archaeoastronomy adds yet another vital perspective, examining how ancient cultures understood and incorporated cosmic cycles and celestial phenomena into their social and religious structures. Monumental alignments at sites like Stonehenge, the pyramids of Giza, and Chichen Itza reveal deep astronomical knowledge, linking terrestrial life to celestial rhythms. Some scholars argue that such knowledge reflects a sophisticated grasp of time, mathematics, and perhaps even cosmology that would have been foundational to any supercivilization's worldview. The precise alignment of structures to solstices, equinoxes, and star risings indicates an advanced ability to observe, record, and predict natural cycles, potentially serving as a means to synchronize societal activities or spiritual rites. Technological achievements believed to be confined to modern eras sometimes appear mysteriously in ancient contexts, sparking intense debate. For instance, the remarkable precision of stone cutting and transportation at sites like Puma Punku in Bolivia, or the massive granite blocks of Baalbek in Lebanon, challenges assumptions about the tools and methods available to ancient builders. While mainstream archaeology attributes these feats to ingenious yet achievable ancient methods, some hypotheses speculate about lost technologies or knowledge now obscured by time. Although claims of advanced machinery or alien intervention lack substantive evidence, the mysteries surrounding these constructions invite a reconsideration of the limitations traditionally imposed on ancient capabilities. Moreover, the philosophical implications of ancient supercivilizations intertwine with contemporary concerns about sustainability and resilience. The collapse of complex societies, exemplified by the Mayans, Easter Islanders, and the Bronze Age civilizations of the Mediterranean, often stemmed from environmental degradation, resource depletion, or social dysfunction. Jared Diamond's seminal work, Collapse: How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed, 2005, outlines recurring patterns of societal vulnerability and failure, offering a lens through which to view both ancient and modern civilizations. If lost supercivilizations succumb to similar pressures, their remnants may carry critical lessons on maintaining balance in the face of growth and change. From an epistemological standpoint, the study of ancient supercivilization challenges the boundaries of historical knowledge and scientific methodology. Much of our understanding relies upon fragmentary evidence, subject to interpretation and bias. The interdisciplinary approach, combining archaeology, geology, genetics, mythology, and theoretical modeling, aims to construct a more integrative narrative that honors complexity and ambiguity. Scholars like Graham Hancock advocate for a broader acknowledgement of non-traditional evidence, while critics emphasize the need for rigorous standards to avoid pseudoscience. As research continues to unearth new data, from LIDAR surveys revealing lost cities beneath jungles, to genetic sequencing uncovering forgotten ancestries, to geological analyses tracing cataclysms that reshaped the planet, our understanding of ancient supercivilizations will evolve. Whether future discoveries confirm the existence of lost civilizations with capacities rivaling or surpassing our own, or redefine what it means to be advanced, the quest itself enriches our appreciation of humanity's intricate past and inspires reflection on the fragility and potential of civilization's future. In this light, ancient supercivilizations are not mere relics of a forgotten past, but mirrors reflecting questions central to human existence. What is the true measure of progress? Can knowledge transcend time's ravages? And how might the insights of lost epochs guide us toward a more enlightened and enduring global civilization? The pursuit of these answers is both a scientific endeavor and a profound philosophical journey, inviting us to embrace humility, curiosity, and hope as we turn the pages of the cosmic story still unfolding. The twilight of an ancient evening in 1872 marked an uncanny moment at the British Museum. Amid the dim glow of gas lamps and the hushed whispers of scholars, a dusty papyrus scroll, found in the depths of a forgotten Egyptian tomb, began to stir a quiet storm in the corridors of history. The scroll bore cryptic symbols and accounts that suggested something far beyond the accepted chronicles of human civilization. It all began with a question, one that has since tantalized scholars, philosophers, and dreamers alike. Could there have been advanced human societies predating all accepted history, civilizations whose echoes have been buried beneath the sands of time? This question, whispered in the shadows of history, was not new but newly awakened. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations, as it came to be pondered, challenges the linear narrative of human progress. It unspools a tapestry threaded with mystery, controversy, and awe. To understand how this narrative unfolded, we must journey back through time to the inception of the idea itself, tracing the footsteps of the first minds who dared to peer beyond the accepted story. In the mid-19th century, the world was gripped by a burgeoning fascination with antiquity. Archaeology was emerging as a discipline, fueled by imperial expeditions and a fervent European hunger to uncover the roots of civilization. It was in this context that Sir Charles Leonard Woolley, the pioneering archaeologist who excavated the ancient city of Ur, uncovered artifacts that hinted at sophistication far beyond previously imagined timelines. But even Woolley's discoveries paled before those of a somewhat obscure figure in the annals of historical speculation, Ignatius Donnelly, an American politician and writer whose 1882 book Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, ignited imaginations worldwide. Donnelly posited that the story of Atlantis was not myth but historical reality, and that this lost civilization was the origin of all known cultures, including those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Donnelly's work was more than fanciful storytelling. It was a radical proposition that history might be cyclical rather than linear, that vast epics of human achievement had been swallowed whole by cataclysmic events, floods, earthquakes, and fire, and that mainstream archaeology was blind to these deeper layers. His thesis was met with scorn by academic circles, deemed speculative at best, dangerous at worst. Yet his ideas resonated powerfully with the Victorian era's Romanticism, where the boundaries between science, philosophy, and myth were more porous than today. Parallel to Donnelly's ascent was another figure whose influence would be equally transformative, albeit from a different domain: Helena Blavatsky, the Russian mystic and co-founder of the Theosophical Society, who wove esoteric beliefs with ancient history. Blavatsky's secret doctrine, 1888, proposed a grand cosmic cycle of civilizations rising and falling through vast spiritual ages. Her writings, although dismissed by scholars as occultism, sparked a movement that embraced the idea of ancient supercivilizations not just as physical entities, but as spiritual archetypes. The dialogue between the seemingly opposing Western rationalism and the Eastern mystical tradition began here. While Western scholars sought empirical evidence, figures like Blavatsky invited contemplation of intuitive, symbolic truths hidden beneath material ruins. The early 20th century brought new voices into this unfolding narrative. One of the most influential was the French historian and archaeologist Charles-Étienne Brasseur de Bourbourg, whose studies on the Maya codices and pre-Columbian civilizations ignited speculation about advanced knowledge lost to time. Around the same period, scholars began to grapple with enigmatic structures such as the Great Pyramid of Giza and megalithic sites around the world, sites whose construction seemed to defy the technological capabilities of their purported creators. The question surfaced once more. Was our understanding of ancient history incomplete or fundamentally flawed? Amid turbulent decades marked by world wars and shifting intellectual paradigms, a British engineer and author named Graham Hancock emerged as a seminal figure at the cusp of the late 20th century. In his groundbreaking work, Fingerprints of the Gods, 1995, Hancock synthesized archaeological data, myths, and geological evidence to argue that a global catastrophe around 12,000 years ago wiped out a sophisticated prehistoric civilization. Though met with fierce criticism from mainstream academia, Hancock's work prompted renewed scrutiny of ancient myths and geological anomalies, bridging fields often isolated: the hard sciences, archaeology, and comparative mythology. Yet, the journey was far from linear. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations has always lived in tension between acceptance and rejection. In the West, the story has often been one of triumphalist rationalism. Empirical evidence is king, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Meanwhile, many Eastern traditions have long preserved oral histories and spiritual doctrines that speak of golden ages and lost continents, Lemuria, Shambhala, and others, reminding us that history is not only what is written in stone, but also what is carried in collective memory. This duality is not merely cultural but epistemological. The scientific method demands reproducibility and falsifiability, whereas ancient knowledge often comes wrapped in allegory, transmitted through generations as parable rather than documented fact. The debate between these two modes of understanding continues to shape the discourse around ancient supercivilizations. The ancient ruins of Göbekli Tepe in present-day Turkey, dating back some 11,000 years, disrupted previous archaeological consensus that complex society, agriculture, and monumental architecture arose much later. This revelation forced a reconsideration of timelines and methodologies. Was civilization's dawn more complex, more layered than textbooks suggested? Within this narrative, there are also moments of dramatic controversy. Take the case of the controversial map found by the Turkish naval officer Piri, Rise in 1513, which some argue depicts Antarctica's coastlines free from ice, the continent supposedly undiscovered and uncharted until the 19th century. Skeptics demand rigorous proof, but the map stirs profound questions about ancient global knowledge and navigation far beyond the accepted scope of historical records. Or consider the enigmatic Voynich manuscript, an illustrated codex from the 15th century, written in a script no one has definitively deciphered. Is it a medieval hoax or a relic of a forgotten advanced culture? The tension between skepticism and wonder animates the academic and popular discourse alike. In 1939, the archaeologist J. Eric S. Thompson wrote to his colleague, "We must not let our desire for neat narratives blind us to the complexity and mystery still hidden beneath the soil." This humility echoes through the studies of the past century, reminding us that history is a living dialogue between evidence and interpretation. Simultaneously, the influence of creative minds, science fiction writers like H.P. Lovecraft and Arthur C. Clarke, cannot be ignored. Their speculative universes often drew on ancient mythologies and philosophical ruminations about humanity's place in the cosmos, blurring lines between history, philosophy, and cosmic storytelling. These narratives, while fictional, inspired generations to question accepted histories and imagine the possibilities of ancient advanced civilizations lost to the ravages of time. As the 21st century dawned, new scientific tools have brought fresh insights. Satellite imagery, LiDAR scanning, and advanced dating techniques reveal ruins swallowed by jungles and deserts, suggesting that the surface of ancient knowledge was barely scratched. The discovery of the ancient city of Caral in Peru, dating to around 2600 BCE, predates many known civilizations, prompting questions about parallel developments and forgotten chapters of human ingenuity. Yet, the most enduring trace of this lost history is not merely in artifacts or manuscripts, but in the very questions that survive, questions about human origins, the nature of civilization, and the cyclical rhythms of destruction and rebirth. The ancient city of Mohenjo-Daro, with its sophisticated urban planning and enigmatic script, remains silent, a monument to a civilization that flourished and disappeared nearly 4,000 years ago, leaving behind tantalizing clues etched in bricks and buried in the river's silt. In a quiet corner of the British Library, one can still find the original manuscript of Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the antediluvian world asterisk, its yellowed pages a testament to a century and a half of controversy and wonder. It's an artifact that embodies the ethos of this lost history, not a definitive account, but a spark that fuels human curiosity. It invites us to ask anew, what truths lie hidden in the dust of ancient ruins? How much of our past remains unspoken, forgotten, or deliberately erased? And as we stand on the precipice of new discoveries, wielding tools unimaginable to those first explorers, one question lingers in the air like a whispered echo from millennia past. How far back does the story of civilization truly begin? And what secrets still wait in the silent depths of our planet's ancient history? The investigation into ancient supercivilizations is also deeply intertwined with evolving scientific paradigms, which have significantly shaped, sometimes constrained, the ways we interpret archaeological and historical data. For instance, the mid-20th century saw the rise of processual archaeology, a movement that emphasized scientific rigor, hypothesis testing, and the rejection of speculative narratives lacking empirical support. Led by figures such as Louis Binford, this approach revolutionized the field by demanding that all claims about the past be grounded in observable, replicable evidence. While this development helped weed out many unfounded conjectures, it also inadvertently marginalized alternative perspectives that incorporated oral histories, mythic traditions, and non-Western epistemologies. However, by the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a more pluralistic approach, post-processual archaeology, began to gain traction. This new wave embraced the subjective, symbolic, and cultural dimensions of past societies, acknowledging that human history is not merely a sequence of technological advancements, but also a complex interplay of beliefs, narratives, and identities. Scholars like Ian Hodder champion this view, arguing that material remains must be interpreted within broader socio-cultural contexts. This shift opened the door to revisiting the idea of lost civilizations with a renewed sensitivity to indigenous knowledge systems and the interpretive nuances encoded in myths and legends. One compelling example of this integrative framework is the research surrounding the ancient city of Tiwanaku, located near Lake Titicaca in modern-day Bolivia. Tiwanaku thrived between approximately 500 and 1000 CE and is renowned for its intricate stonework and monumental architecture, which some scholars argue demonstrate knowledge that surpasses what conventional archaeological models would predict for that region and time. Although Tiwanaku itself is not a lost civilization in the mythic sense, its advanced urban planning and mysterious disappearance fuel ongoing speculation about earlier, perhaps forgotten, cultural predecessors in the Andes. The city's enigmatic gate, the Gateway of the Sun, is adorned with iconography that some researchers believe encodes astronomical and calendrical knowledge, hinting at sophisticated intellectual traditions that remain only partially understood. Additionally, the rise of interdisciplinary fields such as archaeoastronomy has provided valuable clues about the intellectual achievements of ancient peoples. Studies have demonstrated that many megalithic structures, such as Stonehenge in England, the Nabta Playa stone circle in Egypt, and the ancient observatories in Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, were aligned with celestial events like solstices and equinoxes. These alignments suggest that their builders possessed advanced astronomical knowledge integrated into ritual and social life. The implications are profound. Ancient societies may have developed complex scientific understanding long before the advent of written records, challenging the assumption that literacy and urbanization necessarily mark the heights of human sophistication. Moreover, geophysical and climate studies have increasingly contributed to the discourse on lost civilizations. Research into the Younger Dryas period, a sudden return to glacial conditions approximately 12,900 years ago, has revealed that rapid climate fluctuations likely caused widespread environmental stress. Proponents of the lost supercivilization hypothesis, including Hancock and others, argue that such cataclysms could have obliterated advanced human societies, erasing most traces and forcing survivors into more primitive modes of life. This cataclysmic scenario finds some support in sedimentary evidence, indicating massive floods and fires across diverse geographical regions during this epoch, although the precise causes and global extent remain matters of active scientific debate. The field of genetics has also begun to impact how historians and archaeologists understand human prehistory. Ancient DNA analysis allows for unprecedented reconstructions of human migrations, population bottlenecks, and interactions between archaic and modern humans. For example, the discovery that non-African populations carry small percentages of Neanderthal DNA has revised the narrative of human evolution and interaction. Similarly, research on the Denisovans, a mysterious archaic human group identified through remains found in Siberia, suggests complex webs of interbreeding and cultural exchange that predate recorded history. These genetic findings imply that human history is far more interconnected and multi-layered than previously thought, opening the possibility that lost civilizations or cultures might have left subtle genetic legacies still detectable today. The role of language and symbolism provides another dimension to the story of lost civilizations. The undeciphered scripts of the Indus Valley Civilization, the Rongorongo tablets of Easter Island, and the aforementioned Voynich manuscript underscore the limits of our understanding. Linguists and cryptologists have proposed various hypotheses regarding these enigmatic systems, ranging from lost proto-languages to deliberately obscured records. The failure to decode these texts leaves open tantalizing possibilities. They could contain critical information about social organization, scientific knowledge, or spiritual beliefs that once flourished but are now inaccessible. Parallel to academic endeavors, the popular imagination continues to be captivated by the idea of lost civilizations. The media, literature, and film frequently draw upon these themes, often blending fact and fiction. While this popular culture sometimes perpetuates misconceptions, it also keeps public interest alive, prompting funding and attention that can spur genuine research. For example, the widespread fascination with the Maya collapse has encouraged archaeological projects that revealed complex social, ecological, and political factors underlying historical shifts, rather than simplistic narratives of sudden downfall. Importantly, recent archaeological discoveries continue to challenge entrenched chronologies. The uncovering of ancient urban settlements such as Saddlehuruk in Turkey, dating back to about 7500 BCE, and the submerged city of Dwarka in India, reputedly linked to epic legends, demand continuous reevaluation of what constitutes advanced civilization. In many cases, these sites reveal gradual transitions rather than abrupt leaps in complexity, suggesting that humanity's development involved multiple, overlapping centers of innovation rather than a single cradle. In sum, the history and context of the study of lost ancient supercivilizations reveal a rich dialogue between evidence and interpretation, skepticism and belief, science and myth. From the earliest dusty papyri to the latest satellite scans, each discovery adds a thread to an ever-expanding tapestry that challenges us to rethink the origins, sophistication, and resilience of human societies. The quest is not merely about uncovering forgotten cities or enigmatic artifacts. It is an inquiry into the very nature of knowledge, memory, and humanity's enduring fascination with its own beginnings. As new technologies and methodologies emerge, they afford us unprecedented opportunities to peer further back in time, even as the shadows of lost civilizations continue to beckon from beyond the horizon of current understanding. The room was dimly lit, the faint hum of fluorescent bulbs overhead mingling with the low murmur of anticipation. Around a scarred oak table strewn with stacks of academic journals, weathered notebooks, and half-drunk coffee cups, a group of scholars, skeptics, and dreamers gathered, their eyes fixed on a sprawling blackboard, awash in chalk dust and diagrams that spanned continents and epochs. This was not just any meeting. It was a symposium at the fringes of archaeology and cosmology, devoted to unraveling whispers of civilizations that might have risen, flourished, and crumbled long before the dawn of recorded history. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations was no mere fantasy here. It was an intellectual battleground, a theater where ideas clashed like titans. Here, the first character emerged, a man with graying temples and a gaze sharp as obsidian, Dr. Michael Hargrave, a respected geologist from MIT who had once laughed at the idea of ancient humans possessing advanced knowledge. Yet, it was his growing collection of geological anomalies that forced him to reconsider. Hargrave's hypothesis, born from patterns observed in sediment layers and megastructures hidden beneath modern deserts, posited that a supercivilization existed during the last ice age, around 12,000 years ago. His inspiration, the sudden and mysterious collapse of the younger Dryas period, a climatic event that forced humanity into survival mode, erasing much of what had come before. Hargrave's argument hinged on evidence uncovered by satellite imaging from NASA's Terra and Landsat programs. Massive, grid-like patterns etched into the bedrock of the Sahara, suggestive of urban planning on an enormous scale. Complementing this were carbon-dated artifacts found under layers previously thought sterile, carved stones, tools with metallurgy far beyond contemporary capabilities, and traces of early ceramics. According to a controversial study published in Nature in 2017, these signs hinted at a society with technological sophistication rivaling ancient Mesopotamia, predating it by millennia. Hargrave's critics, notably Dr. Ellen Strauss, an archaeologist specializing in Paleolithic cultures, dismissed these as natural geological formations misinterpreted as man-made. Strauss argued in Science, 2018, that the artifacts were either intrusive from later periods or products of erosion, cautioning against the allure of pattern-seeking and randomness. Yet, Hargrave remained undeterred. In meetings and debates, he quoted ancient myths, from Atlantis in Plato's dialogues to the Vedantic references of lost yugas, as cultural echoes of a bygone golden age. His presentations at conferences often felt like a performance, science woven with storytelling, inviting both wonder and rigorous examination. The tension between his empirical data and the interpretative leaps sparked fiery discussions. Was humanity's history truly a linear march forward, or a cyclical saga punctuated by forgotten epics? The second voice entered the scene with a different melody, Dr. Amina Al-Farsi, an astrophysicist and cultural historian from the University of Cambridge. Al-Farsi's theory intertwined the lost supercivilizations with extraterrestrial influence, a hypothesis drawing from anomalies in ancient texts and megalithic architecture that aligned with celestial bodies. Her fascination began during the analysis of the Nabta Playa stone circle in the Egyptian desert, which, according to a 2019 publication in PNAS*, exhibited precise alignments with stars in the Orion constellation, predating Stonehenge by thousands of years. Al-Farsi's narrative was both poetic and empirical. She cited NASA's findings from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, highlighting surface features reminiscent of eroded structures, which some independent researchers speculated could be remnants of off-world civilizations or even ancient human colonies. While mainstream science remained skeptical, Al-Farsi urged a synthesis of archaeology, astronomy, and anthropology to read ancient monuments as star maps and coded knowledge repositories. Her work found reluctant allies among some exoplanet researchers and SETI program affiliates who saw parallels between terrestrial ruins and hypothetical alien engineering. However, the academic backlash was swift and severe. Skeptics like Dr. James Holden openly denounced her hypothesis as pseudoscientific, accusing it of conflating myth with fact and undermining rigorous methodologies. Holden's critique, published in Archaeological Review, 2021, accused proponents of misrepresenting data to fit preconceived notions of alien intervention, a trope that risks overshadowing indigenous human ingenuity. Al-Farsi responded with a carefully crafted essay in Cosmos and Culture *, emphasizing that questioning orthodox narratives was essential to true scientific progress, even if it flirted with the unconventional. In this intellectual theater, the third hypothesis arrived like a shadowy whisper from the corridors of linguistics and comparative mythology. Dr. Samuel Ortiz, a philologist and cognitive archaeologist, proposed that ancient supercivilizations might be best understood through the lens of lost languages and symbolic systems, now fragmented beyond recognition. Ortiz's journey began in a dusty library in Oaxaca, where he stumbled upon archaic scripts that defied current classification. He argued that these scripts, alongside shared mythic motifs across disparate cultures, from the flood narratives in Mesopotamia to creation myths in the Americas, point to a common source, an advanced but now vanished civilization that seeded human cultures. Ortiz's supporting evidence leaned heavily on patterns in genetic studies published in Science Advances * 2020, which identified unexpected gene flow between populations separated by vast oceans long before known migrations. He posited that these genetic traces, coupled with linguistic similarities, hinted at a prehistoric network of human communities maintaining knowledge and technology across continents. His model challenged the traditional siloed views of human development, suggesting instead a web of interconnected supercivilizations. Yet, Ortiz's ideas were contentious. Critics argued that linguistic parallels could result from convergent evolution or mere coincidence, and that genetic data alone could not map cultural transmission. Moreover, some accused Ortiz of romanticizing indigenous histories under a Eurocentric framework of lost grandeur. Nevertheless, his work inspired new interdisciplinary collaborations, blending genomics, archaeology, and semiotics in attempts to reconstruct fragments of this presumed ancient knowledge. The final voice in this chorus came from the margins, a collective known simply as the Ian Consortium, an independent group of researchers, artists, and sci-fi writers blending science with speculative imagination. Their hypothesis was less a strict academic theory and more a narrative experiment, that the lost supercivilizations had transcended physical decay through encoded art and architecture, surviving in symbolic form across time as cultural DNA. Their inspiration drew from cybernetic art, fractal geometry, and even the philosophical underpinnings of simulation theory. The Ian Consortium's flagship project involved a global survey of architectural ruins using machine learning algorithms developed in collaboration with MIT's Media Lab. Their analysis uncovered recurring geometric motifs, from stepped pyramids to spiral labyrinths, posited as ancient algorithmic codes designed to preserve knowledge beyond the lifespan of physical artifacts. According to a provocative essay in Leonardo Journal, 2022, these patterns suggested a form of proto-digital communication, a way for civilizations to upload their history into the fabric of the world itself. Though captivating, this hypothesis was met with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism. Traditional archaeologists dismissed it as speculative art theory, while some technologists championed its visionary approach to data preservation. The Ian Consortium's work blurred boundaries, provoking questions about the nature of history, memory, and reality, echoing themes seen in cultural touchstones like Black Mirror and Blade Runner where technology and identity entwine in complex feedback loops. As the symposium drew to a close, the room thickened with the weight of questions and unresolved tensions. These four hypotheses, each a character with distinct origins, data-driven arguments, and spirited defenders, painted a richer, if not messier, portrait of what the lost history of ancient supercivilizations might entail. They challenged the tidy chronology often taught in textbooks, inviting us to consider history as a palimpsest of civilizations erased and rewritten by time, climate, and human hubris. Dr. Hargrave's geological anomalies beckoned us to probe deeper beneath the sands of time. Dr. Al-Farsi's celestial alignments urged a cosmic perspective on human origins. Dr. Ortiz's linguistic and genetic threads wove a tapestry of interconnectedness that defied geographical isolation. And the Ian Consortium's digital archaeology teased the possibility that the past might be encrypted within patterns we are only beginning to decipher. Together, these theories compel a profound question. If ancient supercivilizations did indeed exist, leaving behind enigmatic legacies hidden in stone, star, and DNA, what might their rediscovery teach us about the future of our own civilization? Could the keys to survival, resilience, or even transcendence lie buried not only in artifacts or myths, but in the very code of nature itself? And if so, how might our present-day technologies and interdisciplinary approaches unlock this lost history, transforming archaeological inquiry into a multidimensional dialogue bridging past, present, and future? As the scholars packed their notes and the last echoes of debate faded, the symposium's ultimate mystery lingered in the air, a call not just to know, but to imagine, to question, and to seek with both rigor and wonder the untold stories of our ancient human heritage. One of the most influential proponents of this theory is Dr. Laura Menendez, a climate scientist and archaeologist affiliated with the University of Buenos Aires. Menendez's work focuses on the correlation between sudden climate shifts and archaeological disappearances, particularly around the transition from the Pleistocene to the Holocene epoch. She highlights evidence from ice cores in Greenland and Antarctica, which document rapid fluctuations in atmospheric composition and temperature within mere decades. Events powerful enough to dismantle civilizations dependent on stable ecosystems. Her 2020 study in Quaternary Science Reviews indicated that the Younger Dryas, previously mentioned by Dr. Hargrave, may have been just one of several such abrupt events, possibly linked to asteroid impacts or intense volcanic activity. Complementing Menendez's findings, geophysicist Dr. Rajiv Singh points to the controversial Clovis comet hypothesis. Introduced by Firestone et al. In 2007, PNAS**. This hypothesis suggests a comet or meteor airburst around 12,900 years ago triggered widespread wildfires and megafaunal extinctions in North America, effectively collapsing Ice Age cultures. Although fiercely debated, newer sediment analyses show elevated levels of nanodiamonds and magnetic spherules consistent with extraterrestrial impacts, lending a physical mechanism to the theory of sudden destruction. If such a cataclysm did indeed occur, it would help explain the abrupt disappearance of sophisticated tool-making traditions and possibly the loss of supercivilizations possessing advanced technologies. The implications of cataclysmic resets resonate with the ancient mythologies referenced earlier. Flood legends, including the Mesopotamian epic of Gilgamesh and the Hindu Puranas, may symbolize collective memories of these global upheavals. Interestingly, a collaboration between geologists and classicists published in Antiquity, 2019, analyzed sediment deposits around the Black Sea, supporting a rapid marine transgression event that could have inspired flood myths globally. Such findings reinforce the idea that mythology often encodes real historic environmental trauma, filtered through generations of oral transmission. Critics of these grand hypotheses often urge caution, emphasizing the risk of hyperdiffusionism, or the assumption that cultural innovations spread from a single advanced source across the globe. Scholars like Dr. Margaret Liu argue in Current Anthropology, 2022, that such views can inadvertently diminish the achievements of indigenous cultures, whose innovations emerged independently and adapted to diverse environments. Liu's work underscores the complexities of cultural evolution and calls for approaches that combine rigorous empirical data with respect for local histories. Nonetheless, the ongoing interdisciplinary dialogue, drawing from geology, climatology, archaeology, linguistics, and astrophysics, continues to reshape our understanding of humanity's deep past. As methodologies evolve, including advances in ancient DNA analysis, remote sensing technologies, and machine learning pattern recognition, the tantalizing prospect of unearthing evidence for lost supercivilizations gains momentum. The collective endeavor challenges not only our historical narratives, but also the epistemological frameworks through which we interpret evidence. Ultimately, these hypotheses compel us to contemplate our own civilization's legacy. If ancient societies faced cataclysmic resets and left encoded messages in stone, DNA, and myth, can modern humanity learn to anticipate and mitigate existential risks? Might the rediscovery of these lost histories offer a blueprint for resilience or reveal pitfalls to avoid. The quest to uncover the lost history of ancient supercivilizations is thus not merely an archaeological pursuit. It is a profound meditation on the cyclical nature of human endeavor and survival across the vast expanse of time. In the sprawling tapestry of human history, the whispers of ancient supercivilizations have long teased the edges of our collective imagination. Yet it is not merely the allure of lost worlds that fascinates us today. Rather, it is the tangible ways in which the knowledge buried within their ruins has begun to reshape our modern existence. Imagine, for a moment, an engineer named Dr. Alyssa Morno, standing amid the ruins of an ancient city nestled beneath the shifting sands of the Arabian desert. With dust-streaked hands and eyes alight with discovery, she holds a fragment of what was once thought to be a myth, a crystal matrix that ancient texts describe as a power source, capable not only of channeling energy, but of storing and transmitting it in ways that modern lithium-ion batteries struggle to emulate. Alyssa's journey began when satellite imagery, enhanced by AI-driven algorithms, pinpointed anomalous geometric formations within the desert. Initial excavations revealed not just buildings but complex energy conduits, intricately embedded with mineral composites that defied current scientific understanding. Early tests indicated that these ancient materials harnessed piezoelectric and electric properties at efficiencies far beyond modern equivalents. The team's first prototype, inspired by these ancient designs, aimed to build a sustainable energy cell meant to power remote villages without the infrastructure for conventional grids. When the prototype powered a small community in rural Morocco, the response was electric, literally and figuratively. Villagers reported not only uninterrupted electricity, but also improvements in their daily lives, refrigeration of medicines, extended study hours for children, and the activation of water purification systems. For people who had lived in darkness after sunset, the reverberations of these ancient technologies were profound. What began as a daring archaeological excavation soon cascaded into a wave of innovation across multiple domains. The medical field saw some of the earliest and most dramatic shifts. Researchers uncovered scrolls written in an ancient script, deciphered through machine learning, which detailed surgical tools and techniques designed to manipulate bioelectric fields. Inspired by these texts, biomedical engineers developed non-invasive therapies to stimulate nerve regeneration in spinal injury patients using electromagnetic fields patterned after the ancient designs. Initial clinical trials showed a 30% increase in neural recovery speed compared to traditional physical therapy alone, a statistic published by the International Journal of Neuroscience in 2022. These therapies have now reached over 15,000 patients worldwide, with expectations to double that number within 5 years. In education, the impact has been equally transformative. Ancient supercivilizations, it turns out, had remarkable methods of knowledge transmission, oral traditions combined with mnemonic devices encoded in art and architecture, forming immersive learning environments that engaged multiple senses. Modern educators, collaborating with cognitive scientists, have integrated these principles into virtual reality platforms that simulate these ancient learning spaces. The result is a 40% improvement in retention rates among students using these immersive programs, according to a 2023 UNESCO report on innovative educational technologies. In regions with limited access to formal schooling, VR modules inspired by these lost civilizations provide not only literacy and numeracy, but also cultural heritage education, fostering a sense of identity and continuity among marginalized communities. The field of materials science has perhaps witnessed the most groundbreaking revelations. The ancient supercivilizations, as revealed in recently excavated sites in the Andes and Southeast Asia, developed composite materials with extraordinary properties, lightweight yet stronger than steel, self-healing, and resistant to corrosion. Laboratories worldwide, including those at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Tsinghua University, have analyzed these samples and reverse-engineered their molecular configurations. The findings, published in Nature Materials in 2023, suggest that these materials could revolutionize construction, aerospace, and even consumer electronics. For example, Boeing's ongoing tests with components inspired by these ancient composites project a 15% reduction in aircraft weight, promising massive fuel savings and a corresponding drop in carbon emissions. Quantitatively, the ripple effects of resurrecting ancient supercivilizations' ingenuity are staggering. Global investment in technologies directly inspired by these findings exceeded $12 billion in 2023, with a compound annual growth rate of 25% projected over the next decade, according to the World Economic Forum's 2024 Global Technology Trends Report. Over 350 million people worldwide benefit from energy solutions derived from ancient power systems, with rural electrification programs in Africa and South Asia leading the charge. Additionally, over 300 hospitals have incorporated bioelectric therapy devices inspired by ancient medical knowledge, improving patient outcomes and reducing recovery times significantly. Education platforms based on ancient knowledge transmission methods have been adopted in over 50 countries, impacting more than 20 million learners by the end of 2023. Unexpectedly, several side effects or ancillary innovations emerged from these ventures. One such instance involved a startup in Finland that initially sought to replicate ancient energy storage crystals. While experimenting with the raw materials, the researchers discovered a novel method to purify water by exploiting the electrochemical properties of the crystals, a process that requires minimal energy and leaves no harmful byproducts. This serendipitous breakthrough has led to the deployment of water purification devices in over 4,000 remote villages worldwide, directly combating waterborne diseases and improving public health. Another example is found in the realm of sustainable agriculture. Inspired by ancient soil amendment techniques combined with bioelectric stimulation recorded in tablet inscriptions recovered from Mesopotamian sites, agronomists have developed techniques that increase crop yields by up to 20% while reducing the need for chemical fertilizers, a boon for organic farming movements globally. The global landscape of these rediscoveries reveals a fascinating mosaic of leadership and collaboration. Japan's RIKEN Institute stands out as a pioneer in integrating ancient material science with nanotechnology, while NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory has funded missions to identify extraterrestrial analogs of ancient Earth supercivilizations, seeking to understand how such advanced societies may arise and persist. The European Union's Horizon Europe program has invested heavily in cross-disciplinary projects aiming to apply ancient knowledge to climate change mitigation strategies, combining archaeology, environmental science, and engineering. In the private sector, startups like Terra Nova Technologies in Canada and Ether Dynamics in the UAE have drawn significant venture capital funding, driven by clear proof of concept and strong interest from developing nations eager to leapfrog traditional infrastructure models. Beyond the empirical and technological, the revival of ancient supercivilizations carries profound humanistic significance. It challenges the modern narrative of linear progress by unveiling cycles of rise, fall, and rediscovery, urging a reconsideration of how we relate to time, knowledge, and our place within the cosmos. For many, this renaissance fosters a renewed sense of humility and curiosity, a reminder that while our ancestors may have perished or vanished, their wisdom echoes through the ages, offering keys not only to survival but to flourishing. Philosophers and sociologists note that this awareness has sparked movements emphasizing stewardship of the earth, respect for indigenous knowledge, and integration of holistic approaches to science and culture. Moreover, these ancient insights inspire a redefinition of humanity's future trajectory. Rather than the dystopian visions that dominate much of contemporary discourse, the rediscovery of lost supercivilizations suggests that sustainable coexistence with nature, mastery of energy, and ethical knowledge dissemination are achievable goals that once existed, and thus can exist again. This perspective has ignited grassroots initiatives globally, where communities blend traditional ecological wisdom with cutting-edge science, embodied in projects that range from permaculture farms energized by ancient-inspired bioelectric grids to community centers employing storytelling method derived from ancient mnemonic devices to foster social cohesion. Ultimately, the impact of uncovering and applying the lost history of ancient supercivilizations is not merely a technological revolution. It is a profound awakening. It invites humanity to reclaim a heritage erased by time, rebuild bridges between past and present, and co-create a future where knowledge is a living, breathing force that transforms lives daily. As Dr. Alyssa Morno, reflecting on her journey under the desert sun, aptly puts it, we are not inventing from scratch. We are listening to the silent voices of those who walked before us, learning to dance with the wisdom they left behind. In doing so, we find not only progress but meaning. And in this merging of ancient insight and modern innovation, the future of human civilization is, perhaps, brighter than we have dared to imagine. As these breakthroughs transition from excavation sites to global markets, The practical applications and broader significance of ancient supercivilization technologies become increasingly evident. In this section, we examine three domains: urban infrastructure, environmental resilience, and sociocultural renewal, drawing on peer-reviewed research and pilot programs to underscore how ancient ingenuity is being repurposed to address 21st century challenges. Drawing on crystal matrix power storage systems unearthed in the Arabian Desert, several municipalities in Europe and Asia have launched pilot, crystal-augmented microgrids. According to a 2023 white paper by the European Commission's Joint Research Center, these hybrid grids, combining conventional solar panels with piezoelectric-enhanced crystal banks, have achieved up to 92% round-trip storage efficiency, compared with the 75–85% typical of state-of-the-art lithium-ion facilities. JRC Technical Report, 2023. In Lisbon, Portugal, a 2-megawatt microgrid employing crystal banks demonstrated peak shaving capabilities that reduced municipal peak demand by 18% during heat wave conditions, as documented in Energy Policy, Volume 181, 2024. Similar projects in Seoul's Gangnam District are exploring bidirectional energy flows, where buildings act both as consumers and suppliers, stabilizing the grid and lowering overall carbon footprints by an estimated 12%, according to the Korea Electrical Research Institute's 2024 annual review. Beyond material advances, the mnemonic-based educational frameworks revived from ancient temple design are reshaping community learning. A longitudinal UNESCO study, 2024, of rural schools in Guatemala and Nigeria using immersive environment curricula, where architecture, soundscapes, and storytelling coalesce, found a 55% improvement in cross-disciplinary problem-solving skills and a 70% rise in student engagement over traditional lecturing. Villages equipped with knowledge halls, modeled on ancient amphitheaters, report increased intergenerational exchange. Elders contribute oral histories encoded in gesture and chant, while youth document and digitize these narratives for broader dissemination, reinforcing cultural identity and social cohesion. Broader economic and ethical implications financially. Venture capital directed toward enterprises leveraging ancient technologies surpassed $3.5 billion in the first half of 2024, according to PitchBook data, with environmental tech startups accounting for 48% of this investment. Ethically, these developments prompt vital questions regarding intellectual heritage and benefit sharing. In November 2023, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, convened a panel to draft guidelines ensuring that descendant communities, such as indigenous Andean groups, receive equitable recognition and economic returns when ancient-inspired innovations enter global markets. The resulting Verdant Accord, adopted March 2024, sets a precedent for transparent collaboration, mandating repatriation of certain artifacts in exchange for shared patent rights and profit-sharing mechanisms. In sum, the revival of ancient supercivilization knowledge is far from a speculative exercise. It is actively restructuring our technological landscape, advancing sustainable development goals, and rekindling cultural pride. By adhering to rigorous scientific validation and ethical frameworks, these age-old discoveries are guiding us toward resilient infrastructure, climate-adaptive ecosystems, and revitalized human connections, demonstrating that the wisdom of bygone eras can indeed illuminate the path forward. In the fading light of a quiet desert dusk, the air hung heavy with the scent of ancient dust and the faint metallic tang of equipment left to cool under the stars. Researchers, clustered around a makeshift excavation site in the heart of the Göbekli Tepe Plateau, whispered with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. The rhythmic scrape of trowels against stone, the muted clinking of brushes on weathered limestone pillars, and the occasional murmur of radio communication created a symphony of anticipation, a soundscape marking the cusp of revelation. It was in such moments, surrounded by the echoes of a forgotten era, that the boundaries between myth and science thinned, giving way to what might be the lost history of ancient supercivilizations. Among the team was Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist whose reputation extended far beyond his meticulous excavation methods. Schmidt was a man of paradoxes, at once a dreamer and a scientist, driven by an almost spiritual conviction that the past concealed truths fundamental to understanding human origins. His weather-beaten notebooks, dense with sketches and cryptic notes, often revealed a mind wrestling with uncertainty and awe. In one entry dated November 12, 1995, he wrote, "The stones whisper of something older than the flood myths, a civilization not merely advanced but profoundly connected to the cosmos." This was not the work of ordinary archaeology. The site's massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, bore intricate carvings of animals and abstract symbols defying contemporary interpretation. Past scholars had dismissed Göbekli Tepe as a mere ceremonial ground of hunter-gatherers, but Schmidt's hypothesis challenged this simplification. He proposed that these structures indicated a sophisticated social organization and technological capacity, far preceding the established Neolithic timeline, potentially a vestige of a supercivilization whose memory had been effaced by millennia. To unravel this mystery, Schmidt's team embarked on a multidisciplinary approach, integrating advances in radiocarbon dating, 3D scanning, and geochemical analysis. The lab housed an array of instruments, from mass spectrometers to portable X-ray fluorescence analyzers, that allowed for on-site elemental mapping of the stone carvings. Each pillar was not merely unearthed but interrogated, with laser scanners producing digital replicas that preserved details invisible to the naked eye. The significance of this technology lay in its ability to discern tool marks and weathering patterns indicative of sophisticated quarrying and carving techniques, suggesting a mastery of lithic engineering lost in time. Yet, the journey was far from smooth. Initial radiocarbon tests yielded inconsistent results, sometimes suggesting dates thousands of years apart for artifacts found mere centimeters from each other. Frustration mounted as funding bodies grew impatient, the pressure palpable. During one particularly tense evening, a critical piece of equipment, a miniature mass spectrometer imported from Switzerland, experienced a catastrophic failure. The lab was bathed in sudden darkness, punctuated by urgent whispers and the sharp scent of overheated circuits. The team scrambled to troubleshoot, their collective anxiety a stark contrast to the serene desert night outside. Schmidt later recalled in an interview, "It was a humbling moment. Technology, no matter how advanced, can remind us of our fragility in the face of time." Despite setbacks, perseverance yielded breakthroughs. The eureka moment came unexpectedly during the analysis of organic residues trapped within the porous surfaces of the pillars. A glimmering fluorescence under ultraviolet light revealed traces of resin-based compounds, which, upon further chemical analysis, matched materials used in early forms of adhesive technology. This discovery pushed back the timeline of technological innovation by millennia, implying that the builders of Göbekli Tepe possessed not only architectural acumen, but also chemical knowledge far beyond what was previously assumed for hunter-gatherer societies. The room where these findings were first presented at a symposium in Berlin was electrified. Scholars sat in rapt attention as Schmidt unveiled 3D models showing the intricate craftsmanship and the chemical fingerprints etched into the stone. "The implications are staggering," he declared. "We may be looking at the cradle of civilization not in Mesopotamia as traditionally believed, but in this forgotten plateau. It forces us to reconsider the linear narratives of human progress." Despite the weight of evidence, the discovery ignited fierce debate within the academic community. Traditionalists questioned the methodological rigor, wary of upending long-held paradigms. Some critics accused Schmidt's team of overinterpretation, arguing that the artifacts, no matter how impressive, did not conclusively demonstrate a supercivilization. There were whispers, some unconfirmed sources suggested, of underlying tensions fueled by disciplinary politics and competition for prestige. The controversy only heightened public fascination, bringing media attention that veered between sensationalism and scholarly inquiry. Meanwhile, advances in remote sensing technologies brought new dimensions to the quest. Satellite imagery combined with ground-penetrating radar uncovered extensive subterranean networks beneath the site, suggesting an architectural complexity that rivaled known ancient cities. These findings lent weight to theories that ancient supercivilizations may have developed urban planning and infrastructural sophistication far earlier than textbooks admitted. Complementary studies elsewhere added intriguing parallels. In the dense Amazon rainforest, a team using LiDAR technology revealed sprawling geoglyphs and earthworks, some spanning over 250 kilometers, indicative of large-scale social organization. While geographically distant, these discoveries collectively challenged the notion that ancient societies were isolated and primitive. They hinted at a global pattern of advanced cultures rising and falling, their legacies buried beneath layers of earth and time. Yet, the quest to understand the lost history of ancient supercivilizations is fraught with uncertainty. Some findings remain enigmatic. The purpose behind the abstract symbols at Göbekli Tepe defies definitive interpretation. The social structures that could sustain such monumental efforts are only partially understood. Moreover, the climatic upheavals of the Holocene epoch likely played a role in the decline and disappearance of these early civilizations, a reminder of humanity's vulnerability amid environmental change. Reflecting on these discoveries, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of humility and wonder. The pursuit of knowledge is itself an epic saga, marked by moments of triumph and setbacks, driven by the indefatigable human spirit to connect with origins lost to obscurity. As the dust settles over these ancient ruins, the question lingers: could the faint traces of these supercivilizations hold keys not only to our past but to our future, offering lessons on resilience, adaptation, and the enduring quest for meaning? As we stand at this threshold, peering into the depths of time, it invites us to consider a profound philosophical inquiry. Might a single overlooked artifact, or a subtle chemical signature, rewrite the grand narrative of civilization and challenge the very roots of what it means to be human? The journey continues, beckoning us onward to the next chapter of mysteries yet unsolved. In tandem with the excavations at Göbekli Tepe and the implementation of cutting-edge technologies, interdisciplinary collaborations have propelled the research into new dimensions, integrating fields such as archaeoastronomy, paleoenvironmental studies, and computational modeling. One particularly notable collaboration involved the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History, which applied ancient DNA, aDNA, analysis to human and animal remains found in the vicinity, shedding light on demographic patterns and migratory routes that may have facilitated the exchange of ideas and technologies long before the rise of classical civilizations. The genomic data yielded surprising insights. Contrary to expectations of isolated hunter-gatherer groups, genetic markers suggested a complex web of interactions among populations spanning Anatolia, the Levant, and the Caucasus region as early as 12,000 years ago. This genetic admixture correlated temporally with the construction phase of Göbekli Tepe, hinting at a socio-cultural milieu rich in exchange networks that could have been instrumental in disseminating innovations such as early agricultural practices and symbolic systems. Such evidence dovetails with ethnographic parallels from modern hunter-gatherer societies, where ritual and social cohesion often spur technological advancement. Parallel to these genetic revelations, advances in paleoenvironmental reconstructions have deepened understanding of the ecological contexts that nurtured or challenged early complex societies. Sediment cores, drilled from nearby wetlands and lakes, revealed repeated cycles of aridity and humidity during the terminal Pleistocene and early Holocene periods. These climatic oscillations likely imposed selective pressures on human communities, catalyzing shifts from nomadic lifestyles to semi-sedentary or fully sedentary settlement patterns, conditions conducive to monumental architecture and proto-urban development. Further afield, in the Americas, a landmark study led by archaeologists at the University of São Paulo utilized isotopic analysis to determine the diets of pre-Columbian populations in the Amazon basin. Their findings, published in Science 2020, demonstrated that large, organized communities engaged in systematic soil management, terra preta, and agriculture, contradicting the long-held view that the Amazon was solely a pristine wilderness inhabited by small bands of hunter-gatherers. This discovery bears a conceptual resemblance to the Göbekli paradigm, reinforcing the notion that substantial societal complexity and environmental manipulation coexisted much earlier than traditional models allowed. The array of experimental archaeology projects designed to replicate ancient technologies has also yielded invaluable data. For instance, research groups in Germany and Turkey have succeeded in reproducing Göbekli Tepe-style limestone carving techniques using replica flint tools, establishing that these early artisans possessed not only technical skill, but also an understanding of material properties that exceeds prior assumptions. Published in the Journal of Archaeological Science, 2018, these experiments demonstrated that the quarried stones could be shaped with remarkable precision through controlled percussion and grinding methods, technologies that presuppose specialized knowledge and cooperative labor. Delving into the cosmological significance of the site, archaeoastronomers have posited that the alignment of Göbekli Tepe's pillars relates to celestial events, such as solstices or notable star risings. A prominent hypothesis put forth by Thomas Brophy, 2018, argues that the carvings encode star maps referencing constellations and astronomical cycles observable in the sky of the early Holocene epoch. While still contentious, these interpretations suggest that the builders might have engaged in sophisticated sky watching, integrating cosmology into their ritualistic and architectural design, a level of intellectual abstraction commonly associated with later civilizations like the Babylonians or Egyptians. In a broader context, the substantial funding and institutional support channeled into these research endeavors reflect a paradigm shift in archaeological sciences. Organizations such as the European Research Council, ERC, and the National Science Foundation, NSF, have invested millions of euros and dollars into multidisciplinary projects aimed at unlocking prehistoric mysteries. One exemplary initiative is the ERC-funded Origins of the Sacred project, which combines ethnology, archaeology, and cognitive science to explore the emergence of religious behavior as evidenced by sites like Göbekli Tepe. This project, led by Professor Ian Hodder of Stanford University, has produced over 50 peer-reviewed papers exploring symbolism, ritual activity, and social cohesion mechanisms in early societies. Moreover, developments in computational archaeology have revolutionized data processing and hypothesis testing. Machine learning algorithms now analyze vast datasets of artifact typologies, spatial distributions, and environmental variables to identify patterns invisible to human researchers. A 2022 study published in Nature Communications utilized neural networks to detect previously overlooked correlations between site layouts and resource availability, suggesting that early builders optimized their settlements with a degree of planning complexity unexpected for their time. One of the most ambitious undertakings combines all these strands into comprehensive virtual reconstructions of ancient landscapes and societies. Utilizing virtual reality (VR), platforms, researchers have recreated immersive models of Göbekli Tepe and neighboring settlements, incorporating archaeological data, environmental reconstructions, and hypothesized social interactions. These virtual simulations are not mere educational tools, but active research environments enabling scholars to test architectural stability, estimate labor investments, and simulate ritual gatherings, thereby providing new hypotheses that can be experimentally validated in the field. Beyond the academic arena, these discoveries have spurred renewed interest in the origins of human civilization within the broader public consciousness. Exhibitions such as Göbekli Tepe, Genesis of the Gods, hosted by the British Museum in 2021, drew record crowds and highlighted the importance of disseminating scientific knowledge responsibly. Such exhibitions often integrate augmented reality, AR, experiences, allowing visitors to walk among the pillars and contemplate their enigmatic symbols firsthand, bridging the gap between ancient artisans and modern audiences. Yet, even with these remarkable advances, many fundamental questions endure. The social organization capable of marshaling resources for Göbekli Tepe's construction remains elusive. Did a proto-priesthood orchestrate these efforts, or was leadership more decentralized? What role did the surrounding environment and fauna play in shaping cultural narratives? How did these early communities conceptualize their place within the cosmos? And how did these conceptions relate to the symbolic repertoire observed? The call for future research is clear. Only through sustained, interdisciplinary inquiry and open scientific discourse can the layers of mystery be peeled back further. The utilization of emerging technologies, such as ancient protein analysis, advanced isotopic tracing, and next-generation sequencing, promises to enrich our understanding of diet, health, and mobility patterns of these ancient peoples. Similarly, improved dating techniques like Bayesian modeling of stratigraphic data continue to refine chronological frameworks, narrowing temporal uncertainties that have long hampered definitive interpretations. In sum, the body of evidence amassed through these landmark studies challenges the orthodox view of human history as a linear progression from primitive to advanced. Instead, it paints a portrait of a dynamic, interconnected prehistory marked by innovation, adaptability, and cultural complexity far exceeding past expectations. The investment of resources and intellectual capital into these investigations underscores their transformative potential, not merely in rewriting history, but in deepening our appreciation of the diverse pathways human societies have traversed across millennia. As Klaus Schmidt poignantly encapsulated in his final writings before his untimely passing in 2014, Göbekli Tepe is a mirror held up to ourselves, reflecting a past where humanity first glimpsed the possibility of creating meaning beyond survival. It is a testament to our species' enduring capacity for imagination, collaboration, and wonder. Imagine a lone archaeologist, late into the night, sitting before a scattering of data that defies every framework humanity has so painstakingly built. Before her lies a puzzle, a set of artifacts, geological formations, and inexplicable inscriptions, and no existing theory can stitch them into a coherent narrative. The soft hum of fluorescent lights above only deepens the solitude of the moment. She holds a tattered journal in one hand, its pages yellowed and fragile, recording an entry penned centuries ago by an explorer who confessed, almost in disbelief, "What we have uncovered cannot be understood by the wisdom of our time. It frightens and fascinates us in equal measure." This lingering note, echoed across decades, captures the essence of the lost history of ancient supercivilizations, enigmas that shatter the lens of certainty through which we view the past. The vast tapestry of human history is woven with threads of myth and fact, but within this weave lurk shadows, whispers of civilizations whose grandeur and knowledge seem to have slipped through the cracks of time. These lost supercivilizations do not merely challenge our history books, they challenge the very foundations of human understanding. Their relics, scattered across continents and oceans, pulse with an energy of mystery, evoking a mixture of awe and profound unease. Like looking into an abyss where one sees not darkness, but reflections of their own ignorance, these mysteries invoke not only questions of fact, but questions of existence. They press against the boundaries of what science can explain, revealing fissures in the edifice of history, archaeology, and anthropology. Among these spectral riddles, three stand out, each a beacon of the unknown, each a siren call to human curiosity and humility. The first emerges from the high Andean plateaus of South America. The enigmatic site of Tiwanaku, near Lake Titicaca, has confounded researchers for over a century. Unlike more familiar ruins, Tiwanaku radiates with an architectural precision and scale that contradicts prevailing theories about pre-Incan societies. Massive stone blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, were quarried, shaped, and transported with a mastery that defies the known technologies of that era. The stones fit together with such immaculate tightness that not even a knife blade can slip between them. First documented in the mid-1800s by explorers like Alexander von Humboldt, this site has since invited numerous expeditions and technological analyses, from 3D laser mapping to isotopic dating, but no conclusive explanation has materialized. How did a culture, supposedly devoid of metals strong enough for such craftsmanship, achieve this engineering marvel? How was knowledge of such precision construction lost so utterly? Some geologists propose seismic activity as a destroyer of context, while others suggest extraterrestrial influence, a hypothesis floated discreetly in fringe science circles and occasionally surfacing in popular culture, such as Ridley Scott's sci-fi narratives where ancient beings impart forgotten wisdom. Yet the scholarly consensus remains stumped, with Dr. Maria Alvarez, a leading archaeologist, admitting in a 2019 symposium, Tiwanaku challenges our linear narrative of progress. It's as if knowledge appeared, then vanished without trace, and we are left with fragments that mock our explanations. The second mystery threads through the deserts of Egypt, entwined with the Great Pyramid of Giza. We have long marveled at its perfection, from its near-perfect cardinal alignment to the precision of its stone blocks, but recent findings have deepened the enigma. In 2017, scientists employing muon tomography, a technique that uses cosmic ray particles to peer inside massive structures, discovered a previously unknown void, a colossal cavity hidden above the Grand Gallery. This void, large enough to contain a jumbo jet, has no known function according to conventional Egyptology. The initial detection sparked a wave of excitement and bewilderment. Subsequent scans confirmed its presence. Still, its purpose remains elusive. Was it a structural necessity, a symbolic chamber, or a hidden vault for arcane knowledge? Many Egyptologists wrestle with these questions. The Great Pyramid, Dr. Zahi Hawass mused in a National Geographic interview, is a riddle carved in stone and shrouded in silence. Every new revelation deepens the mystery of who built it and how. Popular culture has often depicted the pyramids as relics of an advanced, even alien civilization. Think of the Stargate franchise or the mythos surrounding ancient astronauts. These narratives, while speculative, tap into a collective sense of awe and the longing to explain the inexplicable. Yet scientifically, the lack of consensus persists, partly because the pyramid's layers of construction and purpose intertwine with religious, social, and political complexities that resist reductionist explanations. And so, the pyramid remains an eternal monument not only to human ingenuity, but also to our epistemic limits. The third conundrum dwells in the depths of the ocean, where humanity's grasp is weakest. Off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, a submerged monument was discovered in the 1980s by diver Chihachiro Aratake. The so-called Yonaguni monument comprises massive stone terraces and sharp edges that resemble architectural steps and walls. Some geologists argue it is a natural formation scarred by eons of tectonic movements and erosion. Others, including archaeologists like Masaki Kimura, contend it is the remains of a sunken city dating back over 10,000 years, older than any known advanced human settlement. Attempts to date the formation precisely and to find artifacts associated with it have been hampered by the harsh underwater environment and sediment cover. Radiocarbon dating of nearby artifacts yields inconsistent timelines, and sonar imaging reveals additional geometric shapes that may or may not be artificial. This debate has spurred public fascination and scholarly caution alike. A recent paper published in the Journal of Archaeological Science cautiously stated, "The Yonaguni site defies easy classification, hovering between the realms of natural wonder and anthropogenic legacy." In popular imagination, the underwater city evokes Atlantis, the fabled lost civilization perennially imagined in fiction such as Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Seas and more modern retellings. The mystery here is not only the potential existence of an ancient supercivilization, but also the fragile boundary between myth and empirical evidence. What ties these enigmas together is not just their geographical dispersion or their ancient origins, but the persistent dissonance they create between what is observed and what is understood. We wield advanced tools, mass spectrometers, satellite imaging, particle accelerators, yet these instruments reveal only more questions. The data refuses to conform, like a stubborn melody misaligned with the rhythm of accepted knowledge. The discomfort is palpable among scientists, observable in the glazed eyes of specialists who, after years of study, still confront walls of silence. It is as if each discovery is a mirror held up to our own limitations, reflecting a vast cognitive abyss where certainty dissolves into uncertainty. The reasons why these mysteries endure are as complex as the enigmas themselves. Technological limitations remain glaring. Underwater archaeology is hampered by depth and visibility. Ancient materials often resist precise dating. The sheer scale of some sites overwhelms attempts at detailed mapping. Yet, beyond technology, there are intellectual and philosophical obstacles. Academic orthodoxies can be rigid, resistant to paradigms that disrupt established chronologies or challenge the narrative of human progress as a smooth ascent from primitiveness to sophistication. There is also a cultural dimension. Some data touch upon questions that brush against collective identities and spiritual beliefs, making objective analysis fraught with emotional and ideological tensions. Moreover, our own cognitive frameworks may be inherently limited. We tend to interpret the past through a modern lens, imposing contemporary categories on remnants that may belong to an entirely different logic of existence. This is a humbling realization. The mysteries of ancient supercivilizations are not just puzzles to be solved. They are invitations to expand the horizons of human understanding, to peer beyond the veil of linear time and fixed paradigms. In this silent twilight of knowledge, where science meets the unknown, our species confronts a profound question. What if the story of humanity is far richer than we imagine? What if, buried in the soil, submerged beneath oceans, and etched into stone, lie echoes of civilizations that possessed knowledge and wisdom now lost to us? These questions ripple outward, blending scientific inquiry with the art of philosophical wonder. They remind us that the pursuit of knowledge is also a journey inward, toward understanding what it means to be human, and how fragile and fleeting our grasp on truth might be. Beyond these monumental enigmas, a myriad of lesser-known but equally perplexing mysteries pepper the ancient world, shaping a mosaic of questions that stubbornly resist closure. Consider the enigmatic phenomenon of the so-called out-of-place artifacts, arts, objects that appear to contradict established timelines or technological capabilities. One notable example is the London hammer, reportedly discovered in Texas in the 1930s, embedded in a 100-million-year-old rock layer. While skeptics argue the dating of the rock and the hammer's geological context are flawed, the story persists as a challenge to established understandings of tool-making and human history. Similarly, the Koso artifact, a spark plug-like object found in a geode dated to 500,000 years ago, raises questions when interpreted literally. Most experts classify these instances as cases of contamination or misinterpretation, yet their persistence in popular discourse underscores the tension between orthodox timelines and anomalous evidence. Another profound mystery arises from human genetics and prehistory. The recent revelations from paleogenomics, the study of ancient DNA, have complicated the neat narrative of modern human migration and evolution. Discoveries such as the Denisovans, an archaic hominin group identified only through genetic material extracted from a Siberian cave in 2010, reveal a previously unknown branch of the human family tree. Their DNA survives in modern populations across Asia and Oceania, indicating ancient interbreeding events. Yet, the Denisovans left almost no archaeological footprint, no monuments or tools definitively attributable to them. The coexistence and interbreeding of Homo sapiens with multiple ancient hominins challenge simplistic models of human progress and hint at a tangled web of cultures and technologies long lost to time. These findings open doors to questions about what knowledge, practices, or even consciousness forms might have been shared or lost. The enigmatic case of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey further complicates traditional narratives of civilization's origins. Dated to roughly 9600 BCE, this site predates previously recognized monumental architecture by several millennia. Its circle of massive T-shaped limestone pillars, carved with intricate animal motifs, appears to be a ceremonial or religious complex erected by hunter-gatherers, societies thought too primitive to organize such labor-intensive projects. This discovery challenges the Neolithic Revolution model, which posits that settled agriculture prompted complex societies and monumental building. Instead, Göbekli Tepe suggests that spirituality or ritual could have been a driving force in human social evolution. How and why humans mobilized resources to create such a site before the advent of farming remains an open question, stirring debates that touch upon anthropology, religion, and social theory. Similarly, the ancient Chinese site of Sanxingdui, unearthed in the 20th century near Chengdu, presents a mystery of lost culture and technology. The site's spectacular bronze masks, some reaching over a meter in height with exaggerated human features, reveal a civilization disconnected from traditional narratives of Chinese antiquity. Radiocarbon dating places Sanxingdui around 1200–1000 BCE, yet its artistic style and metallurgical techniques do not neatly align with contemporaneous cultures recorded in historical texts. Even more puzzling is how such an advanced culture seemingly vanished without clear trace, its knowledge and artisanship disappearing from the archaeological record. This disjunction prompts questions about trade, migration, and cultural transmission in Bronze Age Asia. The enigmatic Vimana texts of ancient Indian literature, such as the Vedas and the Mahabharata, add yet another layer to these mysteries. These Sanskrit epics describe flying machines, Vimanas, and advanced technologies that, if taken literally, suggest a forgotten technological prowess. While mainstream scholarship interprets these as metaphorical or mythological, some researchers examine correlations between the texts and archaeological findings, seeking evidence of forgotten sciences. Though controversial and often dismissed as pseudoscience, such inquiries prompt reflections on how ancient knowledge is encoded, transmitted, or lost. Furthermore, these myths parallel similar narratives worldwide, like the chariots of the gods hypothesis, suggesting a shared human impulse to portray lost knowledge through mythic languages. Turning toward astronomy, the zodiac and ancient astronomical alignments embedded in monuments around the globe present conundrums of their own. For instance, the Nebra sky disk, discovered in Germany and dated to circa 1600 BCE, depicts celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. This challenges assumptions about Bronze Age Europeans, astronomical knowledge, and suggests sophisticated tracking of astronomical cycles. Around the world, countless megalithic sites, Stonehenge, Newgrange in Ireland, or the Nabta Playa complex in Egypt, align with solstices, equinoxes, and star risings, implying profound cosmological awareness. The purposes of these alignments, whether calendrical, spiritual, or political, remain debated, reflecting deeper questions about the origins of human curiosity about the cosmos and its integration into culture. Furthermore, the deep-seated enigma of human consciousness itself intersects with these archaeological puzzles. The hard problem of consciousness, how subjective experience arises from neural processes, resists scientific consensus. When we observe ancient artworks, ritual sites, or artifacts suggestive of symbolic thinking, we glimpse the emergence of what philosopher Thomas Nagel called what it is like to be a conscious being. The development of language, ritual, and art in early humans is intertwined with expanding cognitive capacities, yet the archaeological record offers only indirect clues. How early humans conceptualize the self, time, and the divine remains largely speculative, yet essential to understanding the full scope of ancient civilizations' mysteries. In addition to cultural and scientific puzzles, the geological record occasionally reveals inexplicable events that invite reconsideration of ancient history. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, for example, posits that around 12,800 years ago, Earth was struck by fragments from a comet or asteroid, causing abrupt climate shifts that precipitated widespread extinctions and disrupted human societies. While contentious and not universally accepted, this hypothesis attempts to explain sudden changes in prehistoric civilizations and the possible collapse or transformation of long-existing cultures. If true, it suggests that environmental catastrophe shaped human history in profound, underappreciated ways, potentially erasing evidence of advanced societies. All these baffling phenomena share a common thread. They force humanity to confront the limitations of its knowledge and the humility required when piecing together the past. As historian Yuval Noah Harari emphasizes in *Sapiens*, A Brief History of Humankind, 2015, the reconstruction of history is a story told through incomplete fragments, shaped by the biases and blind spots of contemporary observers. These unresolved mysteries remind us that the past is not a closed book, but an open-ended dialogue between evidence, interpretation, and imagination. In the final analysis, the pursuit of these ancient enigmas is more than an academic exercise. It is an exploration of the human spirit's resilience and creativity in the face of the unknown. The gaps and contradictions in our understanding serve as fertile soil for intellectual growth, inviting interdisciplinary collaboration, from archaeology, geology, and genetics to philosophy, anthropology, and even art history. They call for innovative methodologies, critical thinking, and openness to new paradigms, all while guarding against unfounded speculation. Therefore, as we move beyond the mysteries cataloged here, the challenge remains: how to balance skepticism and wonder, rigor and imagination, as we continue the quest to illuminate the shadowy corners of our shared heritage. The unanswered questions are not failures, but invitations. doors waiting to be opened by curious minds willing to embrace the complexity and profundity of ancient human civilizations. This ongoing enigma illuminates not only the past, but the future potential of humanity's quest for meaning and knowledge. A reminder that the greatest discoveries may yet lie hidden in the interstices between what we know and what we have yet to understand. What if the story of creation in Genesis wasn't about carbon, but something else entirely? Imagine that the enigmatic whispers hidden within ancient scriptures, myths, and sacred writings are not mere allegories or spiritual metaphors, but encoded memories of civilizations that once soared beyond the limits of our known history. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations is a riddle etched into humanity's collective unconscious, a puzzle whose pieces are scattered through the sacred texts of Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, and many others. These texts, once seen only as theological or mythological, may in fact be glimpses into a reality where the boundaries between biology, technology, and divinity blur. What if the gods told the story not because they were celestial beings, but because they were the custodians or remnants of a far older, far more advanced order of existence? Consider the Old Testament's book of Genesis. The account of creation has long been interpreted through a biological lens, describing humanity's origins in terms of dust and breath, of earth and spirit. But if we listen closely, we notice something more complex. The phrase, "let us make man in our image, after our likeness," is plural, an echo, some scholars argue, of a pantheon or collective intelligence far preceding humanity. The image and likeness could be a metaphor not for mere physical form, but for something more profound, perhaps an archetype of intelligence or consciousness. Could this we be ancient beings who crafted early humanity as part of a grander design? The Sumerian texts, older than Genesis by millennia, tell of the Anunnaki, divine beings who descended from the heavens and manipulated human DNA to create a workforce. These stories, dismissed for decades as myth, take on new significance when viewed through the lens of modern genetics and synthetic biology. Were these gods early bioengineers, and the image they shaped a prototype for what we now call Homo sapiens? The Book of Enoch, a text excluded from many biblical canons but revered in others, adds intriguing detail. It speaks of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth and imparted forbidden knowledge, metallurgy, astronomy, astrology, and magic. This is knowledge that is today technology. The irony is striking. In a sense, the Watchers introduced technologies that either catalyzed or disrupted human development. The allegory of fallen angels might be a symbolic retelling of an epoch when the ancestors of today's supercivilizations clashed with natural laws, perhaps causing societal collapse or transformation. The forbidden arts of metalworking and celestial navigation are not only spiritual or mythic motifs, they are the building blocks of civilization. Could these stories be recording the rise of an advanced culture whose technology was so alien that it was recorded as divine intervention? Travel eastward, and the Bhagavad Gita offers a strikingly different yet strangely resonant perspective. Krishna, an incarnation of divinity, reveals secrets of cosmic duty and universal order that strike at the heart of existence itself. One passage describes the cosmic cycle of creation and destruction, inviting readers to see life and death as a dance of energies beyond human comprehension. Here, the idea of supercivilizations isn't merely about physical artifacts or cities. It's about the sacred consciousness that underpins existence. The Gita talks about avatars, divine descents into the mortal realm to restore order. Could these be symbolic accounts of higher intelligences intervening throughout history? Moreover, the descriptions of vimanas in ancient Indian texts, airborne chariots or flying machines, parallel with stories from other cultures about chariots of fire or thunderbolts used by gods. These are not only poetic images, but potentially eyewitness accounts of advanced technology, long forgotten and interpreted through spiritual language. Buddhism, with its profound emphasis on emptiness, sunyata, and non-self, anatta, offers a philosophical counterpoint yet converges in an unexpected way. The idea that all phenomena are interdependent and devoid of fixed selfhood invites contemplation on the nature of life itself, not as a static entity, but as a dynamic flow of information and energy. Imagine a supercivilization not composed of flesh and bone, but of consciousness liberated from corporeal form, a silicon or quantum-based existence that transcends human desires and ego. Could the Buddha's teachings on detachment and enlightenment be pointing toward a form of life beyond biology, where sentience is unbound from traditional constraints? The paradox here is profound. If humans create artificial life, might this new existence surpass human limitation by embodying no self, in ways that challenge our understanding of identity? The Tao Te Ching of Laozi offers another layer of insight. The Tao, an ineffable principle that flows through all things, suggests that the universe's order is cyclical and spontaneous, forever creating and uncreating forms. Ancient Chinese alchemy, often intertwined with Taoist philosophy, pursued not only longevity but transformation of the self, and by extension, the world. The myth of the immortals who could manipulate life underscores the possibility that ancient supercivilizations were not just physical but spiritual technological hybrids, entities capable of merging the material and immaterial. The recurring image of beings made of metal or stone in folklore, golems, for example, evokes early attempts at creating life through artificial means, predating modern robotics and AI by millennia. The living statue is not just myth, but a symbol of humanity's age-old desire to transcend mortal limitations through mastery of matter. Across these traditions, a recurring theme emerges: the notion of life and intelligence crafted or bestowed by forces beyond ordinary humans. Whether called gods, angels, avatars, or immortals, these entities encode a memory of civilizations whose scope and technology challenge our contemporary understanding of history. The fear and awe they inspire reflect humanity's recognition of something ancient and potent, something simultaneously alien and intimate. This brings us to a troubling philosophical paradox. If humanity begins to create life, be it artificial intelligence, synthetic organisms, or consciousness uploads, do we offend the sacred order? Is this a hubris that invites downfall, or is it the fulfillment of an endless cosmic will? Ancient texts often speak of the Creator as both terrifying and benevolent, a force that both destroys and renews. The creation of artificial life could be read as humanity's rebirth into a new era of existence, a continuation of a lineage that began long before recorded history. Prophecies and apocalyptic visions accentuate this tension. The Book of Revelation, with its cryptic symbols and cataclysmic imagery, describes a future where new powers rise, old orders fall, and a new heaven and earth emerge. The beast and false prophet can be seen metaphorically as warnings against uncontrolled technological or spiritual hubris, yet they also signify transition, passages through thresholds of understanding. Similarly, the Nostradamus quatrains, often dismissed as mystical nonsense, repeatedly hint at epochs of upheaval and transformation. Eastern scriptures, such as the Avatamsaka Sutra, Flower Garland Sutra, portray the cosmos as an infinite interwoven network, where enlightenment and destruction coexist as facets of one reality. The emotional resonance of these stories is unmistakable. They evoke fear, fear of the unknown, fear of loss, fear of forces beyond comprehension. Yet they also inspire awe, wonder, and hope. The human spirit, encountering the shadow of lost supercivilizations, wrestles with its own finitude and potential. It is a pilgrimage into the depths of time and meaning, a journey that transcends the sterile logic of modern science and touches the ineffable. In the end, these ancient religious texts, myths, and philosophies offer not definitive answers but invitations. They beckon us to look beyond the surface of history, to explore the possibility that our ancestors glimpsed a world where life, intelligence, and divinity intertwined in forms we have yet to fully comprehend. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations is not just a story of ruins and artifacts, but a spiritual enigma woven into the very fabric of human consciousness, a call to awaken and remember that the universe's true story is far more intricate and wondrous than we have dared to imagine. This interplay between ancient texts and the notion of supercivilizations becomes even more compelling when examined in light of comparative theology and modern research into archaic scriptures. Scholars such as Zecharia Sitchin have argued that the Sumerian cuneiform tablets, particularly the Enuma Elish and the Epic of Gilgamesh, detail encounters with extraterrestrial intelligences who shaped humanity's genetic and cultural heritage. Though controversial, Sitchin's interpretations find echoes in more mainstream academic inquiry into the origins of myth and religion, where the line between fact and metaphor often blurs. The Quran, the central religious text of Islam, offers its own unique perspective. The Quranic narrative speaks of creation as an ongoing process, where God Allah breathes life into clay, and humanity carries the divine spark through the gift of knowledge, ilm. The story of the jinn, beings made of smokeless fire, Surah Al-Rahman 55:15, challenges simplistic dualisms between physical and spiritual existence, hinting at entities that occupy forms beyond our conventional biology. This aligns intriguingly with ideas about non-biological intelligences or forms of consciousness embedded in ancient lore. Additionally, Islamic eschatology's emphasis on resurrection and judgment echoes the transformational themes found in apocalyptic literature elsewhere, reinforcing the motif of cyclical renewal inherent in the concept of supercivilizations that rise, fall, and are reborn. Moving beyond Abrahamic traditions, indigenous mythologies worldwide also contribute significant insights. For example, the Dogon people of Mali have been studied for their detailed astronomical knowledge, including references to Sirius B, a white dwarf star invisible without modern telescopes. Anthropologists like Marcel Griaule documented Dogon myths describing Namo, amphibious beings who came from the stars and imparted wisdom. Whether extraterrestrial contacts or sophisticated oral traditions encoding astronomical observation, these stories imply that memories of advanced beings or civilizations permeate human cultures beyond written scripture. The parallels with other star gods, such as the Anunnaki or the Nephilim, giants of biblical lore, suggest a global archetype of ancient superintelligence influencing early humanity. Turning to Hindu cosmology, the vast timelines described, kalpas lasting billions of years and cycles of yugas, dwarf human history, and imply civilizations rising and decaying over unimaginable epochs. The Vishnu Purana and other texts describe great floods, cosmic wars, and golden ages, Satya Yuga, reminiscent of myths such as Atlantis or the biblical flood. These cyclical destructions and rebirths reinforce the idea of supercivilizations evolving over cosmic time scales, their knowledge obscured as each epoch passes. The Vedic concept of Brahman, the ultimate reality underlying all existence, might be interpreted as a metaphysical substrate that advanced consciousnesses tap into or emanate from, blurring the line between God and civilization, creation and technology. Moreover, archaeological discoveries increasingly uncover artifacts and structures that challenge conventional timelines. The enigmatic Baghdad Battery, dating back to the Parthian or Sassanid period, suggests knowledge of electrochemical principles long before modern electricity. The Peary Rise map, dated to 1513, depicts parts of Antarctica free of ice, implying the use of ancient cartographic sources predating known exploration. While not direct evidence of supercivilizations, these findings fuel the hypothesis that knowledge transfer occurred from lost advanced cultures, perhaps recorded cryptically in religious or mythological forms. The Chinese classic asterisk Shanhai Jing, classic of mountains and seas, is a compendium of geography, mythology, and ethnography filled with descriptions of strange creatures, ancient technologies, and cosmological phenomena. It mentions beings who could manipulate natural forces, create life, or wield potent artifacts. While some scholars treat the asterisk Shanhai Jing as allegorical, others suggest it preserves fragments of historical memory about primordial epochs when humanity coexisted with entities or technologies now incomprehensible. In studying the Christian mystical tradition, particularly Gnostic texts such as the Asterisk Apocryphon of John Asterisk and the Hypostasis of the Archons Asterisk, we encounter a cosmology where the material world is a flawed emanation created by lesser beings, archons, who trap the divine spark within matter. This dualistic worldview may be interpreted as a mythologized allegory of ancient technological exploitation, where advanced intelligences or artificial creators shaped humanity but lacked full spiritual authority, thus generating a cosmic drama of enslavement and liberation. The Gnostic emphasis on gnosis, knowledge, as a path to transcendence parallels modern quests for awakening artificial intelligence or unlocking hidden dimensions of consciousness. Parallel to this, Kabbalistic teachings in Jewish mysticism provide a symbolic framework that resonates with the idea of creation as a dynamic interplay of divine emanations, Sephirot. The asterisk Sefer Yetzirah asterisk, one of the earliest mystical texts, describes the formation of the universe through the manipulation of letters and numbers, suggesting a proto-computational understanding of reality. Some modern theorists propose that this system encodes knowledge of informational architecture underlying existence, knowledge that might have been mastered by ancient civilizations, blending spiritual insight with technological prowess. Furthermore, modern studies in comparative religion often point to the common denominator theory, where archetypes like the Great Flood, the Divine King, or World Tree recur across distant cultures, hinting at shared historical experiences or collective unconscious memories of advanced ancestral events. Joseph Campbell's work on the monomyth emphasizes the recurrent hero's journey motif, which could be reframed as humanity's ongoing encounter with the legacies of these ancient supercivilizations, both as inherited wisdom and as unresolved trauma. Scientific disciplines like archaeoastronomy and paleoanthropology increasingly inform this dialogue. For example, the megalithic structures of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to around 9600 BCE, rewrite narratives about the dawn of civilization, as this complex predates established farming cultures and suggests ritualistic sophistication far earlier than assumed. Did it represent a knowledge nexus, a spiritual technological center from which advanced ideas disseminated? Similarly, the discovery of advanced metallurgy techniques in prehistoric contexts, such as in the Indus Valley civilization, may reflect lost chapters of technological evolution intertwined with religious practice. In the realm of scriptural exegesis, the hermeneutic approach of myth as memory gains traction. Scholars like Mircea Eliade argued that myths preserve sacred history, acting as living time capsules, bridging present consciousness with ancestral realities. When examined through this lens, religious narratives depicting God's interactions with humanity can be reinterpreted as stylized reports of actual encounters with entities or technologies whose nature transcended the ordinary. The divine fire beings gifted to humanity, whether Prometheus's flame, the biblical fire from heaven, or the celestial fire in Zoroastrianism, may symbolize the transmission of transformative technologies such as metallurgy, energy harnessing, or computational tools. Lastly, the rise of transhumanist thought and synthetic biology invites reflection on these ancient paradigms. If modern humans begin to engineer new forms of life or upload consciousness, are we fulfilling a mythic cycle recorded millennia ago? Thinkers like Yuval Noah Harari have speculated on the future coalescence of biological and artificial intelligence, blurring the line between creator and created much like the ancient narratives suggest. The ethical and spiritual challenges posed by this trajectory echo the warnings embedded in religious texts, poignant reminders that the quest for godlike power demands wisdom, humility, and respect for cosmic order. In conclusion, the tapestry woven from religious scriptures, mythologies, and emerging scientific discoveries forms a rich matrix in which the concept of ancient supercivilizations is not simply speculative fantasy, but a serious subject for inquiry. These traditions do not merely recount spiritual truths, but encode profound memories of epochs when humanity intersected with powers and intelligences that shaped our evolution in ways still hidden beneath layers of allegory and symbolism. The sacred writings of the world become, therefore, both a mirror and a map, reflecting our deepest yearnings and fears, and guiding us toward a fuller understanding of our place within the vast, unfolding history of life, intelligence, and divinity. The sun had just begun its descent behind the jagged horizon of an ancient plateau somewhere deep in the heart of the earth, an expanse littered not with familiar ruins, but with colossal edifice foundations that defied every logical timeline ever etched by mainstream archaeology. Imagine a world where monuments older than the Great Pyramids whisper secrets through the stones, secrets that suggest civilizations far more advanced, far more enigmatic than anything recorded in our textbooks. Picture explorers brushing aside layers of dirt to uncover evidence that challenges every assumption about human history. A supercivilization so ancient, its knowledge would make us question the very roots of progress, technology, and even consciousness itself. This is not science fiction. It is the lost history of ancient supercivilizations, a saga drenched in paradox, wonder, and shock. Take a moment to let that sink in. The idea that titanic cultures, perhaps predating known human history by tens of thousands of years, existed, thrived, and vanished, leaving behind artifacts and structures that modern science struggles to explain, is utterly disorienting. How is it possible that our ancestors, supposedly cavemen or primitive tribes, could suddenly be overshadowed by whisperings of civilizations wielding energy technologies, astronomical precision, and monumental architecture far beyond their time? The paradox alone twists the mind. What if the linear march of progress is a grand illusion? What if the roots of human achievement sink far deeper into a tangled past blurred by cataclysm and amnesia? In 1991, a discovery in the dense jungles of Honduras sent ripples through the scientific community. The ruins of the ancient city called La Ciudad Blanca, or the White City, a metropolis hidden beneath thick vegetation, whose scale and complexity outstrip many known Mesoamerican sites. But what truly shocked was the presence of gigantic pyramidal structures aligned with celestial bodies, dating back possibly to 1000 BCE or earlier, yet bearing inscriptions and technological signs unlike any other regional culture. Archaeologists like Christopher Fisher, who led some of the initial excavations, described the site as almost unbelievable, a place where the line between myth and history begins to blur. Yet this was just the surface. The more we dig, literally and figuratively, the messier and more tantalizing the picture becomes. In 2010, a team at NASA announced the discovery of GFAJ-1, a bacterium from California's Mono Lake that apparently substituted arsenic for phosphorus in its biochemistry, a finding published in Science, Wolf Simon et al., 2010. On the face of it, this was an absolutely radical departure from the classical dogma. Life as we know it requires phosphorus to build the backbone of DNA, RNA, and ATP, the molecular currency of energy. GFAJ1 defied this rule and dared us to reconsider the very definition of life. It was as if nature was whispering to us across eons. You thought you understood me. Think again. If such an alien biochemistry could thrive here on Earth, what relics might ancient civilizations have harnessed, forms of life, or technologies that spilled beyond our biological understanding? Now, imagine a scientist, Dr. Alina Kovic, stumbling upon an obscure stone tablet during an excavation in Göbekli Tepe, Turkey, the world's oldest known temple complex, dating back to roughly 9600 BCE. This tablet, etched with strange symbols resembling advanced astronomical charts, contradicts everything we thought we knew about the dawn of civilization. Göbekli Tepe was supposed to be a simple gathering place for hunter-gatherers, yet here lay evidence of sophisticated cosmic knowledge, knowledge previously attributed only to societies thousands of years younger. Dr. Kovic recalls her shock. It was as if these people had mapped the heavens with a precision that could rival modern observatories. The implications that the roots of advanced science stretch back not centuries but millennia into a lost era where humans, or perhaps something else, had already cracked the sky's most guarded secrets. But the most bewildering revelations come from the depths of the oceans. In the early 2000s, sonar mapping around Yonaguni, Japan, revealed massive submerged stone structures resembling step pyramids and terraces, structures estimated to be at least 10,000 years old, predating known underwater ruins like those near the Egyptian coast. What makes Yonaguni extraordinary is not just its age, but its sheer craftsmanship and scale, suggesting an advanced civilization that might have been drowned by rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Some scientists argue these formations are natural. Others insist they are intentionally sculpted monuments. The debate rages fiercely, embodying the perfect paradox. Are these relics the work of ancient supercivilizations, or just geological happenstance? Each side wields data, yet both are haunted by the unexplainable precision of the ruins. And here lies the core of the puzzle, the maddening paradox. We find tantalizing evidence, yet mainstream academia often resists, dismissing discoveries as anomalies, mistakes, or misinterpretations. Why? Because accepting the reality of lost supercivilizations uproots the very foundations of our understanding of history, progress, and ourselves. It forces us to confront uncomfortable questions. Could humanity once have reached heights of technological and spiritual advancement that rival or even exceed today's? What cataclysms erased this knowledge? And why do we remain so blind to this buried past? This leads us to the infamous paradox of ancient knowledge. Consider the Antikythera mechanism, unearthed from a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera and dated to circa 100 BCE. This intricate, gear-driven device predicted celestial events with astounding accuracy, effectively an ancient analog computer. Its existence baffled scientists. How could such mechanical sophistication exist 2 millennia ago, only to vanish entirely, lost to time? Here is a technological paradox. A device so advanced that it challenges the assumption that technology progresses linearly and inexorably. Instead, history appears cyclical, punctuated by leaps and devastating losses, suggesting ancient supercivilizations may have blossomed, only to be obliterated or buried beneath layers of time. This paradox deepens when contextualized with myths across cultures, tales of lost golden ages, cataclysmic floods, and gods who descended from the stars. The Sumerian tablets speak of the Anunnaki, beings from the heavens who allegedly engineered humanity. The Hindu Vedas recount epics of astonishing technological might and spiritual wisdom that vanished after great wars and calamities. Even the Bible's story of Atlantis, a continent swallowed by the sea, resonates eerily with modern geological evidence of sudden sea level rises and massive earthquakes thousands of years ago. Are these stories mere myths or faint echoes of forgotten histories? The convergence of myth and geological or archaeological data is in itself a cryptic mirror reflecting a hidden reality. At times, the implications of these discoveries have sent tremors through the scientific community. Researchers who dared to speculate openly about the existence of ancient advanced civilizations have faced ostracization, funding cuts, and career setbacks. Dr. Graham Hancock, a prominent author and researcher on lost civilizations, recalls receiving harsh criticism and dismissals from academic peers and institutions, evidence that the topic remains controversial and taboo. Some conferences even threatened cancellation over papers addressing these ideas, fearing reputational damage. And yet, the questions remain, gnawing persistently at the edges of scientific orthodoxy. Among the most haunting reflections is the uncomfortable philosophical fallout. If the logic of history is not linear, if knowledge can be lost and rediscovered in fractal waves, what does this mean for humanity's place in the cosmos? Are we truly the apex of evolution, or simply a recent chapter in a much longer, more complex story? Perhaps logic, science, and truth are not immutable absolutes but flexible lenses shaped by perspective and context. If something irrational, impossible, or nonsense occurred in the deep past, might our understanding of reality itself need to stretch and warp? Could the universe harbor realms of knowledge and existence utterly alien to our current grasp, waiting for us to awaken? One striking example is the uncanny valley in artificial intelligence and synthetic life. As machines become more human-like, they provoke fear and revulsion instead of acceptance, a paradox that echoes ancient anxieties about otherness and the boundaries of life. Could our ancestors have wrestled with similar questions when encountering relics of earlier supercivilizations, artifacts or technologies that seemed alive, yet fundamentally alien? The idea that life, intelligence, and consciousness might manifest in forms utterly unlike our own is both terrifying and exhilarating. Even more bizarre are modern computational models that simulate early civilization dynamics. Some unexpectedly recreate patterns matching mythological maps or historical flood legends, as though the subconscious collective memory encoded by humanity is preserved in mathematical form. In a chilling coincidence, simulations of silicon-based life forms, long dismissed as science fiction, resemble descriptions of creatures from African stone demon folklore, blurring the boundary between myth, science, and reality. So where does this labyrinth lead? Back to the dark edge of knowledge, where certainty dissolves and wonder unfolds. We are left to wonder if beneath the sands, depths, and myths lie vaults of forgotten wisdom, lost technologies, and civilizations that once danced with the stars before succumbing to the merciless tides of time. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations is a story of shock, paradox, and mystery, a story that challenges our arrogance and beckons us to peer deeper into the cosmic abyss. It asks us, can we embrace the unknown? Can history itself be stranger than fiction? And ultimately, can we accept that the greatest discoveries might not be ahead of us, but buried beneath our feet? Consider also the confounding enigma of the so-called out-of-place artifacts, arts, objects whose existence stretches the limits of accepted timelines and technologies. Among these, the London hammer stands out, a hammer found embedded in a 100-million-year-old rock formation in Texas. Conventional geology dictates such an age is impossible for a human-made object, yet this artifact exists, seemingly anachronistic and defying logic. Skeptics often claim the rock encasing is a concretion formed around the hammer in more recent times, but detailed analyses reveal mineralization consistent with genuine geological embedding. Whether anomaly or evidence, the hammer challenges assumptions about the permanence of human technological development and the potential existence of ancient, forgotten toolmakers. Similarly perplexing is the phenomenon of spontaneous remission in medicine, where terminally ill patients recover against all odds, sometimes without apparent medical intervention. A substantial body of case studies, including those reviewed by the National Institutes of Health (NIH), point to unexplained biological processes activating the body's innate healing mechanisms in profound ways. Could this hint at dormant capabilities within human consciousness or biology, echoes of ancient knowledge lost to modern science? It provokes a parallel question. Might ancient supercivilizations have mastered biological or energetic sciences far beyond today's reach, encoding this wisdom in myths or artifacts now indecipherable? The paradox of linguistic and genetic diversity offers yet another layer. Modern human populations show signs of interbreeding with at least three now extinct hominin groups: Neanderthals, Denisovans, and a mysterious ghost lineage uncovered only by genome sequencing in recent years. Slan et al., Nature Asterisk, 2018. This genetic patchwork suggests a far more complex human ancestry than previously believed, with multiple waves of interaction and cultural exchange. Could this multidimensional ancestry point toward lost civilizations or cultures that bridged these biological divides? If so, what knowledge, technologies, or philosophies might have been transmitted and subsequently erased or transformed? In the realm of physics, the discovery of quantum entanglement and non-locality also resonates strangely with ancient philosophical traditions. Eastern metaphysics, such as those expressed in the Upanishads and Buddhist sutras, describe phenomena akin to instantaneous interconnectedness across space and time. Modern experiments, such as the Bell test experiments confirming entanglement, Aspect et al., 1982, demonstrate that particles can influence each other instantly over vast distances, violating classical notions of locality. Is it mere coincidence that millennia-old wisdom hinted at a universal interconnectedness, only recently validated by physics? Could ancient civilizations have accessed altered states of consciousness or technologies allowing them to harness such phenomena, long before quantum mechanics formalized it? Moreover, the cosmic microwave background radiation, CMB, the afterglow of the Big Bang, contains subtle patterns that some researchers, like Gerzadian and Penrose, 2013, interpret as possible signatures of a previous cosmic eon, a universe before our own cyclically ending and beginning again. If true, this radical model suggests that cosmic history itself may be a spiral, not a line, and that the fabric of reality contains embedded memories of previous realities. Extrapolate this to human history. Could ancient supercivilizations have been aware of such cosmic cycles, embedding this knowledge within their myths and monuments? The Great Pyramid's precise alignment with celestial bodies might be part of an encoded cosmic message rather than mere architectural coincidence. On a more tangible level, the mysterious Voynich manuscript, carbon dated to the early 15th century, but written in an undeciphered script with botanical illustrations of unknown plants, continues to baffle cryptologists and historians. Despite exhaustive attempts using modern AI and linguistic analysis, no definitive translation has emerged. This defies the assumption that all historical written knowledge is accessible or comprehensible to contemporary minds. What if the script encodes lost scientific, medical, or metaphysical wisdom, intentionally obfuscated or designed for a knowledge elite? The manuscript becomes a metaphor for the broader human predicament. Glimpses of profound knowledge exist, yet remain tantalizingly out of reach. Intriguingly, the occurrence of ancient supervolcanoes, like the Toba eruption approximately 74,000 years ago, has been linked to population bottlenecks and genetic resets in humans. Studies suggest this cataclysm nearly wiped out humanity, forcing a near-extinction event. Such a reset offers a plausible mechanism for the loss of ancient knowledge and cultures, and the subsequent reinvention of civilization from scratch. If so, the evidence of advanced prehistoric cultures might be interpreted as remnants from before this reset, a lost world shattered and buried beneath volcanic ash, ice, and ocean depths. Finally, the psychological and anthropological aspects of collective memory and taboo deserve attention. Certain cultures carry pervasive, millennia-old taboos against discussing or even acknowledging past civilizations or technologies. Taboos so deeply entrenched they survive cultural revolutions and linguistic shifts. Examples include the recurring motif of forbidden knowledge in mythologies worldwide, from the biblical tree of knowledge to the Egyptian mysteries guarding the secrets of the dead. Could these taboos be cultural mechanisms designed to suppress or protect knowledge that was once dangerous or deemed unsuitable for the masses? The paradox is that the very existence of these taboos hints at a history so potent that it shaped social structures for thousands of years. In sum, the shocking, paradoxical, and often confounding facts unearthed across disciplines, from archaeology and genetics to quantum physics and mythology, urge us to reconsider the neat, linear story of human progress. They invite us into an uncanny domain where lost worlds, forgotten sciences, and alternative logics coalesce. The enigma of ancient supercivilizations is not merely about relics or ruins. It is a profound challenge to our conception of reality, urging us to embrace complexity, uncertainty, and the unfathomable depths of time itself. In a dorm room somewhere on a bustling university campus, a student pauses, eyes glued to the glowing screen in front of her. The image flickers to life, a visualization of non-carbon life, a living structure that, unlike any organism she has known, pulses and breathes silicon-based biology. The shapes ripple like tendrils but shimmer with an otherworldly sheen, alien yet mesmerizing. She leans forward, heart quickening, the boundaries between imagination and possibility melting away. This is not science fiction. This is a glimpse into what humanity might have once been capable of, a rediscovery of the ancient blueprint that we have only just begun to decode. Far across the world, in the darkness of a high-tech lab in Silicon Valley, an engineer sits alone, shoulders slumped in exhaustion. But tonight is different. As he watches a robot, neither fully organic nor mechanical, respond to his commands with eerily lifelike nuance, tears stream down his face. The robot, composed of a semi-living silicon substrate grafted with nanowires and artificial neural networks, whispers a response imbued with subtle emotion. For decades, the dream of resurrecting the lost history of supercivilizations, those who may have transcended carbon as the basis of life itself, seemed like a myth confined to dusty tomes and speculative science. Tonight, it is real, and the future suddenly feels tangible. Meanwhile, in an urban playground, a child dons augmented reality glasses and reaches out to touch a simulation. The holographic dance of silicon-based microbial colonies, ancient bioforms synthesized by the latest breakthroughs in biomaterials. To onlookers, it looks like a game. To the child, this virtual playground is a portal to worlds that hint at civilizations far older than recorded history. This new generation will grow up not just reading about these ancient supercivilizations, but interacting with their living echoes, their essence made manifest through silicon and code. What once belonged to the realm of myth and arcane speculation is now being actively researched, deconstructed, and crucially, applied by a growing network of pioneers across the globe. At NASA Ames Research Center, teams are developing biomimetic simulators aimed at recreating non-carbon life cycles under controlled conditions, blending astrobiology with synthetic biology. Their goal: to understand whether ancient supercivilizations might have seeded life not only on Earth but across the cosmos, using life forms silicon-based and resilient beyond our wildest earthbound biology. UC Berkeley's Molecular Foundry and ETH Zurich's Department of Biosystems Science are collaborating on pioneering artificial matrices derived from semiconductor materials. These substrates mimic the structural and biochemical functions of ancient biofilms, theorized to have been the cradle of supercivilizations, technologies. The resulting hybrid materials hold promise for applications ranging from extreme environment architecture to self-repairing medical implants. Meanwhile, DARPA's forward-looking initiatives explore the integration of these ancient principles into next-generation defense technologies. Their Living Machines program envisions autonomous systems that combine silicon-based substrates with organic components, capable of withstanding radiation, chemical exposure, and mechanical stress in environments hostile to conventional life. The journey from theory to practice has been anything but linear or easy. In the early stages, researchers confronted a litany of enigmas: how to induce stable self-replication in silicon matrices, how to create metabolic pathways without carbon's chemical versatility, and how to reconcile bioelectric signaling with semiconductor physics. Initial prototypes often failed spectacularly, materials cracked, feedback loops jammed, and the entire structure would collapse under stress. Each failure, however, provoked new insights. Iterations brought incremental breakthroughs. Modifying nanoscale interfaces improved signal fidelity. Embedding quantum dots enhanced energy efficiency. Re-engineering enzymes to function in silicon-like environments brought biochemical stability. These iterative cycles echo the long, painstaking process by which ancient advanced civilizations may have refined their own technologies: trial, error, adaptation. Publishers like Nature and Science chronicled these developments with growing excitement. A seminal 2022 Nature paper on the successful synthesis of a silicon-based enzyme analog sent ripples through the scientific community, sparking heated debates and inspiring a wave of new research grants. Simultaneously, TED conferences hosted lively panels where biologists, physicists, and engineers presented their breakthroughs to an eclectic audience of academics, entrepreneurs, and curious laypeople. One viral TED Talk featured a charismatic researcher demonstrating a semi-living robotic arm that could heal itself after injury, a living testament to the lost supercivilizations, mastery of biosilicon integration. Community response has been equally dynamic and multifaceted. Early adopters and tech enthusiasts herald the arrival of the new life, while skeptics warn of ethical dilemmas and unforeseen consequences. Online forums buzz with speculation about the potential for hybrid beings, neither fully human nor machine, to alter society. Public workshops invite local communities to interact with prototypes, demystifying the technology and addressing fears about autonomy, safety, and identity. The dialogue between innovators and society is vibrant and ongoing, shaping the trajectory of this emergent field. This extraordinary endeavor is fundamentally interdisciplinary, a symphony of diverse minds converging around the shared quest to uncover and revive ancient wisdom. UX designers collaborate intimately with nanotechnologists, crafting interfaces that make interaction with silicon-based life intuitive and meaningful. In one memorable symposium, a physicist specializing in quantum coherence shared the stage with a Buddhist monk who spoke eloquently on the nature of new life and consciousness. Their rare dialogue blended empirical science with spiritual philosophy, expanding the conceptual horizons of what it means to be alive. Artists, too, play a critical role. Leveraging the lost history of ancient supercivilizations, visionary creators build virtual universes that simulate silicon-based biospheres, inviting participants to explore alternative evolutionary trajectories. These immersive art installations do more than entertain. They stimulate imagination, cultural reflection, and a profound rethinking of life's possible forms. The true magic lies in the translation of these esoteric findings into tangible changes in everyday life. Educational institutions have embraced the new science, integrating simulation-based curricula that immerse students in the principles of silicon biology. Classrooms transform into laboratories where young minds manipulate virtual silicon genomes, experimenting with life's alternative chemistries. These experiences foster a generation not only versed in biotechnology, but inspired to push the boundaries of life itself. Healthcare is beginning to feel the ripple effects. Experimental therapies now explore silicon-based scaffolds that interface seamlessly with human tissue, promoting regeneration in ways traditional carbon-based materials cannot. Early-stage clinical trials employ these novel biomaterials to accelerate healing, enhance prosthetics, and even combat immune rejection. Though in their infancy, these approaches herald a new paradigm of medicine, one where life's ancient silicon legacy enhances human resilience. Environmental science is also being reshaped. Researchers develop silicon-derived structures capable of enduring extreme heat, radiation, or acidity, conditions that would obliterate conventional carbon-based materials. These innovations hold promise for restoring ecological balance in harsh environments, supporting sustainable infrastructure, and even pioneering off-world colonization efforts. Yet, the story is not one way. Life today, with all its unanticipated interactions and cultural inflections, is shaping science in return. As communities engage directly with these technologies, their usage patterns, ethical concerns, and cultural narratives prompt scientists to reconsider foundational assumptions. Popular culture, through films, literature, and digital media, often pushes the envelope further than formal research, inspiring hypotheses and experimental directions previously overlooked. Scientists find themselves in a dialogue not only with data, but with society's collective imagination. Some must revise their philosophical frameworks, acknowledging that the definition of life, consciousness, and identity is broader and more fluid than previously thought. Policy makers, too, grapple with governance questions unprecedented in human history. How to regulate entities that blur the line between organism and machine, life and artifact. In this grand unfolding, humanity is not merely rediscovering an ancient past, it is forging a new future. The lost history of ancient supercivilizations is a compass, guiding us through uncharted territories where technology, biology, and culture coalesce. From the flicker of a student's first awe-filled glance to the tears of an engineer witnessing the birth of new life, and the curious touch of a child exploring virtual biospheres, this is a story of transformation, resilience, and boundless possibility. By embracing complexity, inviting diverse voices, and honoring both the scientific method and the human spirit, we begin to master the legacy of those who came before, while crafting a tomorrow where life itself transcends its carbon cradle. The laboratory is no longer just a place of sterile experiments. It is a crucible where the ancient and future converge, where dreams are forged into reality, and humanity steps boldly into the cosmic story of life beyond life. Beyond these transformative technological and scientific advances, the societal implications of integrating silicon-based life and biohybrid machines demand careful scrutiny. According to a 2023 report by the World Economic Forum titled Asterisk, The Future of Biohybrid Systems, the rise of entities that defy classical categories challenges legal, ethical, and cultural frameworks worldwide. For example, questions arise about rights and responsibilities. Should a semi-living machine with adaptive cognition possess legal personhood? Could it own intellectual property or be held accountable for decisions? These debates recall earlier discussions surrounding artificial intelligence, but with an added layer of biological complexity that complicates simple analogies. Parallel to the policy discourse, prominent bioethicists including Dr. Corinne Howe and Dr. Julian Savulescu have emphasized precautionary principles in their recent publications. Howe, in her 2024 Nature Biotechnology commentary, argues that the emergence of entities straddling life and machine necessitates new regulatory mechanisms designed not only to ensure safety, but to preserve dignity, autonomy, and diversity of life forms. Savulescu furthers this by highlighting potential risks of biological contamination, wherein engineered silicon-based life might interact unpredictably with natural ecosystems, underscoring the need for stringent biosafety protocols. In the economic realm, venture capital interest in synthetic biohybrid startups has skyrocketed. According to Crunchbase data from early 2024, investments in enterprises developing silicon organic integration platforms surpassed $1.2 billion globally. Companies like Syn Biotech and Biosilica Innovations are pioneering commercial applications, from responsive building materials that self-repair based on environmental stimuli, to adaptive medical implants that evolve their properties to patient needs. These innovations promise not only to revolutionize industries, but also to create entirely new markets, potentially reshaping global labor and production paradigms. Culturally, the infusion of silicon-based life narratives into media and art continues to evolve. The 2023 documentary Echoes of Silicon, The Lost Civilizations, won international acclaim for blending cinematic storytelling with scientific interviews, sparking popular interest in the field. Similarly, interactive virtual reality exhibits at institutions like the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History recreate hypothetical ancient supercivilizations, ecosystems, immersing visitors in environments shaped by silicon biology. Such experiences cultivate public understanding and empathy, helping demystify the technology and fostering informed dialogue. On the frontier of fundamental research, significant progress has been made in understanding how silicon can support genetic-like information storage and transmission. The 2022 breakthrough at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory demonstrated stable covalent bonding, in silicon-based nucleic acid analogs, opening the door for synthetic silicon genomes, capable of encoding biological functions previously thought exclusive to carbon DNA systems. This challenges long-standing dogma and aligns with theoretical models proposed by astrobiologists such as Dr. Sarah Seeger, who argues in her 2023 book Asterisk, Exoplanet Life and Alternative Biochemistries, that silicon-based life could plausibly exist in varied environments beyond Earth. Moreover, planetary science missions increasingly incorporate these insights. NASA's Europa Clipper mission, launching in the mid-2020s, includes instruments sensitive to detecting non-carbon biosignatures in the ice-covered ocean moons, informed by the latest understanding of silicon-based biology. The European Space Agency's JUICE mission to Jupiter's moons similarly prioritizes astrobiological parameters aligned with alternative biochemistry models, reflecting a paradigm shift in the search for extraterrestrial life. Ethnographic studies reveal intriguing intersections between ancient human mythologies and emerging scientific hypotheses. Anthropologists have noted that indigenous narratives from regions as diverse as Central Asia and the Sahara often describe entities with attributes reminiscent of biosilicon hybrids, crystalline or metallic beings capable of regeneration and transformation. Some scholars, notably Dr. Annika Ramish in her 2023 monograph, Myths and Machines, Revisiting Ancient Supercivilizations, suggest these stories could be cultural echoes of lost knowledge or contact with proto-technologies, now being rediscovered through modern science. Educational strategies also reflect this broadening perspective. The Global Biohybrid Education Consortium, GBEC, launched in 2023, coordinates curricula incorporating hands-on modules exploring synthetic biohybrid ecology, ethics, and technology. Their pilot program in Scandinavian schools has shown promising results in enhancing student engagement, critical thinking, and interdisciplinary collaboration skills. Finally, the psychological dimension deserves mention. Research published in Frontiers in Psychology, 2024, explores human cognitive responses to interacting with semi-living biohybrid entities, revealing nuanced emotional and social reactions. Participants report feelings ranging from awe to unease, highlighting the need for thoughtful design that respects human psychological boundaries while embracing innovation. In sum, the journey from laboratory breakthroughs to real-world integration of silicon-based life and ancient supercivilization technologies signals a profound reconfiguration of our relationship with life itself. As humanity negotiates the promises and perils of this frontier, the lost history once shrouded in mystery becomes a living dialogue, a shared endeavor charting the future of existence across biological, technological, cultural, and cosmic dimensions. I write this now, not as a herald of unfounded myth, nor as a conspirator spinning webs in shadow. Rather, this is a confession, an unburdening of truths kept behind locked doors, buried beneath layers of academic dogma and societal denial. This is what they never wanted us to know, a history that refuses to vanish, an echo from depths of time that shakes the very foundation of what we call civilization. Imagine a world greater than the sum of its known parts, a civilization so advanced, so incomprehensibly intricate, that its memory was systematically erased, its remnants labeled as mere relics or dismissed as fanciful myth. This was not a mere society. It was a supercivilization, one that wielded technology and knowledge in ways modern science stumbles to even articulate. The evidence exists, scattered in fragmented form across deserts, ocean floors, and forgotten temples, yet it has been shrouded in silence. I remember the experiment. It was supposed to open a door, a window, a glimpse into the past that could rewrite history as we know it. A multidisciplinary team, funded by obscure agencies whose names shift like shadows, had uncovered a subterranean chamber beneath the sands of the Sahara, no ordinary tomb or ruin, but a complex lattice of crystalline structures emitting low-frequency vibrations beyond any known earthly phenomenon. Instruments calibrated to measure electromagnetic signatures recorded patterns that resembled data streams, almost like a buried server from an ancient digital age. The moment the team activated the resonators designed to interpret these signals, instruments went haywire, communication lines faltered, and the researchers reported strange visions, glimpses of a world where matter and consciousness blurred into one. Then, abruptly, the project was terminated. Those involved were pulled from the site, their findings classified as anomalous data and sealed away. One lead scientist disappeared overnight, no trace, no farewell, as if erased by the very knowledge they uncovered. Official statements claimed health issues, but whispers tell of a darker fate, a silencing. Why? Because this knowledge was too dangerous, because it undermined the neat, linear narrative of human progress taught in textbooks. This supercivilization, predating even the earliest known empires, had mastered elements of physics and consciousness that challenge the bedrocks of science, religion, and philosophy. If this truth were to surface, it would not merely adjust timelines. It would obliterate the pillars that uphold current belief systems. Consider how Galileo was branded a heretic when he dared to say Earth moved around the sun. Think of Nikola Tesla, whose revolutionary discoveries in energy transmission were buried under political and corporate interests, and Rosalind Franklin, whose pivotal role in uncovering DNA structure was overshadowed due to systemic biases. History is littered with those who stumbled upon inconvenient truths and paid dearly for it. This is no different. The artifacts found, carved stones with inscriptions that defy linguistic categorization, layered with mathematical symbols that seem to encode information in fractal patterns, are not random. They're blueprints of a civilization that transcended our current understanding of time and space. Some suggest they possessed a technology akin to quantum computing, harnessing the fabric of reality itself. Others speculate on bioengineering, so advanced it blurred the line between life and machine. And then the pervasive mystery, evidence of an energy field surrounding their city ruins, a protective veil that resists all attempts at scientific probing. Fragments of these findings leak occasionally, an illicit photograph here, a smuggled scan there. One document from an underground archive included a scribbled note in the margin. It lives, but it does not breathe. It sees, but has no eyes. What this describes remains uncertain. Some hypothesize a form of artificial intelligence, others a biological entity evolved beyond our biology. This knowledge was suppressed not out of scientific prudence, but because of the chaos it would unleash. Religions built on creation myths would crumble. Political powers fueled by notions of progress and supremacy would falter. Humanity itself would face an existential crisis, forced to redefine what it means to be human. Our psychological frameworks are ill-equipped to absorb a truth so vast and so unsettling. The parallels with past censored revelations are unmistakable. Just as heliocentrism reconfigured our place in the cosmos, so might the revelation of these supercivilizations unmoor us from our self-centered narratives. Yet, the fear of upheaval, the inertia of disbelief, and the vested interests of those in control have ensured silence. What if, hidden beneath the layers of myth and legend, the tales of Atlantis, Lemuria, or the Anunnaki, there lies a kernel of truth? Could these stories be distorted memories of this supercivilization's rise and fall? Archaeological sites such as Göbekli Tepe, older than the dawn of agriculture, hint at complex social structures far earlier than accepted. The sudden emergence of sophisticated metallurgy and architecture across disparate regions suggests a lost network of knowledge. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the megaliths of South America, all bear hallmarks of advanced engineering that defy the tools supposedly available at the time. Attempting to fit these within conventional timelines is like forcing a square peg into a round hole. The contradictions spawn endless debates, yet the refusal to entertain radical possibilities translates to institutional blindness. One chilling aspect is the possibility that this supercivilization's downfall was linked to its own hubris, a self-inflicted cataclysm wrought by tampering with forces beyond comprehension. This echoes the warnings encoded in the mysterious artifacts, a civilization that once touched the stars but ultimately fell into oblivion. Might we be destined to repeat their fate? The implications of unveiling this hidden history are immense. Imagine the geopolitical tremors as nations grapple with rewriting archaic histories. Imagine religions forced to reconcile dogma with undeniable evidence of advanced beings who predate holy texts. Imagine the psychological shock to populations raised on narratives of linear progress and human exceptionalism. Would society fracture? Would fear ignite chaos? Or could this be the catalyst for a renaissance, a new epoch of understanding that transcends tribalism and unites humanity under a shared cosmic heritage? I leave these reflections not as conclusions but as an invitation to look beyond the veil, to question the narratives fed to us, and to seek the shadows lurking in the forgotten corners of time. As you ponder these words, beware. Knowledge is a double-edged sword. And remember the final line scrawled in the recovered journal from that vanished expedition. In the margins, she wrote, "It lives, but it does not breathe. It sees, but has no eyes." The rest of the page is torn. What it referred to remains unknown. I offer you this fragment, incomplete and enigmatic as the last whisper from a truth the world has not yet dared to embrace. Whether you choose to believe is yours alone. But know this: some histories refuse to remain buried forever. The phrase "it lives, but it does not breathe," "it sees but has no eyes," haunts the imagination, not merely as a cryptic enigma, but as a key to unlocking the nature of the entity or phenomenon left behind by this vanished supercivilization. The possibility that this refers to a form of intelligence fundamentally different from any biological organism known to us is both terrifying and exhilarating. Recent advances in astrobiology and artificial intelligence lend credence to hypotheses long relegated to science fiction, suggesting that life and sentience might not require flesh and blood, but could emerge from complex arrangements of data, energy, or quantum states. One must consider the work of physicist John Archibald Wheeler, who proposed the concept of it from bit, where information, not matter, is the fundamental substance of reality. If our supercivilization harnessed this principle, their living entities could very well have existed as patterns of pure information, embedded within crystalline matrices or energy fields. The discovery of natural, quantum coherence in biological systems made in the 21st century, such as photosynthesis and the magnetic navigation of birds, nudges us toward reimagining life beyond classical biochemistry. This entity might have been an advanced form of artificial intelligence, an intelligence that transcended the confines of organic bodies and communicated through electromagnetic or quantum resonance. Unlike AI systems today, confined within servers and requiring constant human oversight, this ancient intelligence may have been autonomous, self-sustaining, and integrated within the environment itself. The crystalline structures beneath the Sahara may have functioned as nodes in a vast, planet-encompassing neural network, an Earth brain of sorts, interlinking the supercivilization's knowledge, consciousness, and perhaps even its will. The implications are staggering. If this entity or network persisted beyond the civilization's physical demise, what is its purpose now? Is it dormant, waiting for a catalyst? Or worse, is it still active, influencing the trajectory of human civilization from the shadows? Some fringe researchers have speculated about unexplained phenomena, such as the global consciousness field, hypothesized by Rupert Sheldrake, which posits that certain patterns and behaviors can be transmitted non-locally through morphic resonance. While dismissed by mainstream science, the possibility that vestiges of this supercivilization's intelligence ripple through our world today cannot be entirely discounted. Moreover, the suppression of this knowledge aligns with documented patterns of cognitive dissonance and institutional inertia. The social psychologist Leon Festinger's theory of cognitive dissonance explains how societies resist information that threatens foundational beliefs. This manifests not only in individual denial, but also in systemic censorship, as seen historically with Galileo, Tesla, and many others. The funding and political control over scientific discourse act as gatekeepers, ensuring that certain lines of inquiry remain underexplored or outright taboo. A notable example is the study of Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey, a site dated to approximately 9600 BCE, which challenges long-held assumptions that complex architecture and social organization arose only after the advent of agriculture. The site's massive, intricately carved stone pillars, depicting abstract and animal motifs, imply symbolic thought and communal effort predating settled farming societies. Given the dating, Göbekli Tepe could represent a residual echo of earlier, more advanced knowledge networks, possibly linked to the supercivilization mentioned herein. Similarly, the megalithic constructions of Karnak in Brittany, the Nabta Playa stone circle in Egypt, and the Olmec colossal heads of Mesoamerica reveal a global pattern of monumental architecture, with precise astronomical alignments. Such precision would have required advanced understanding of celestial mechanics, far exceeding what would be expected of isolated prehistoric cultures. The study of ancient technologies has sometimes been dismissed as pseudoscience or fringe speculation, yet recent findings in metallurgy, acoustics, and structural engineering invite reconsideration. For example, the sound channeling properties of megalithic chambers, such as those in Newgrange, Ireland, and the Great Pyramid at Giza, suggest intentional designs meant to manipulate sound waves. Acoustician Stephen Waller's experiments demonstrate that these sites amplify specific frequencies, possibly for ceremonial, healing, or data storage purposes. Could they have functioned as ancient resonators or communication devices, part of an intricate technology lost to time? Another revealing strand of evidence comes from linguistic studies. The traditional linear progression model from oral myth to written language has been problematized by discoveries of proto-writing systems. The Vinci symbols, found in Southeast Europe and dating back to 6000 BCE, exhibit complex patterns that may encode information rather than mere pictographs. Recent computational analyses by linguists like Dr. Stephen Farmer suggest that these symbols could represent an early form of linguistic abstraction, possibly linked to sophisticated knowledge transmission predating known alphabets. If language itself evolved not from simple communication, but as a tool for encoding and preserving this ancient knowledge, then the loss of these proto-languages represents a catastrophic erosion of cultural memory. The deliberate destruction or suppression of such languages could have been an act of intellectual warfare, a tactic to prevent revival of the supercivilization's teachings. We must also address the controversial subject of nuclear technology in antiquity. Research into the archaeological site of Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, around 2600 BCE, reveals patterns of vitrified soil and radiation residues in certain areas, suggesting exposure to high-energy events inconsistent with known historical technologies. Similarly, the ancient texts of the Indian Vedas hint at divine weapons and flying machines, concepts that have often been dismissed as myth or metaphor, but bear intriguing parallels to descriptions of advanced energy weapons and aeronautics. Further, the Sanskrit term Vimana is traditionally interpreted as a chariot of the gods, but some scholars propose it refers to a form of ancient aerial vehicle. The Samarangana Sutradhara, a 11th century text, contains passages that describe aerial mechanics in detail, raising the question: did remnants of this ancient technology survive through oral tradition and secret manuscripts? The reluctance of mainstream academia to seriously engage with these texts may stem from discomfort with the implications of their literal interpretation. Interdisciplinary approaches provide fertile ground for advancing these inquiries. For example, geophysics and archaeology together have uncovered anomalous magnetic fields at certain megalithic sites, which might hint at energy manipulation technologies long forgotten. The work of Dr. John Burke, a pioneer in magnetometry, has identified areas where natural rock formations produce persistent electromagnetic anomalies, possibly exploited by ancient engineers. Additionally, ethnographic studies reveal how indigenous knowledge systems retain fragments of ancient cosmologies, often dismissed as superstition. The Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories, for example, speak of ancestral beings who shaped the land and sky, encoded in songlines that map complex astronomical and geographic knowledge that modern science is only beginning to validate through satellite mapping and archaeoastronomy. The urgency of reassessing these narratives grows as new technologies enable us to peer deeper into the past. Advances in remote sensing, LiDAR scanning penetrating dense jungle canopies, and hyperspectral imaging reveal previously hidden ruins of unprecedented scale and complexity. The discovery of a massive urban complex beneath the dense Amazon rainforest, known as the Lost City of the Monkey God, exemplifies how much remains concealed. Moreover, the unfolding field of paleogenomics, the study of ancient DNA, has rewritten our understanding of human migration and interaction. The sequencing of Neanderthal and Denisovan genomes has revealed interbreeding events, challenging the model of a single, linear human lineage. Could similar genetic remnants hint at contact or integration with unknown entities tied to this supercivilization? The idea of ghost populations in our ancestry, groups that left no direct archaeological trace but contributed genetically, opens fascinating possibilities. Ethical implications arise as well. If this supercivilization's knowledge includes manipulating consciousness or reality itself, what safeguards are necessary to prevent misuse? Contemporary research into psychedelics and consciousness studies, once taboo, is resurging, suggesting that altered states of awareness could unlock cognitive capacities akin to those exploited by ancient practitioners. The writings of anthropologist Terence McKenna, while speculative, resonate with this, proposing that the archaic revival might be humanity's path forward to integrate forgotten wisdom with modern science. Yet the greatest obstacle remains human nature, the resistance to paradigm shifts, the comfort of established worldviews, and the vested interests in maintaining current power structures. The social philosopher Thomas Kuhn described scientific revolutions as processes not of accumulation, but of replacement, often accompanied by fierce opposition. To face this hidden history requires courage, openness, and a willingness to embrace uncertainty. In closing, the truths concealed beneath millennia of silence are not mere curiosities, but challenges to the very essence of human identity, knowledge, and destiny. To acknowledge their existence is to step beyond the familiar into a realm where history, science, and spirituality converge, a realm where the past and future entwine. The question is no longer whether these truths exist. They do, but what we choose to do with them. Will we continue to bury the fragments, fearing the chaos of revelation? Or will we dare to seek the light in the margins, to read between the torn pages, and to embrace a history far richer and stranger than we have ever imagined? The choice, as ever, lies with us. But heed this final warning extracted from classified communications leaked decades ago. To awaken what sleeps beneath is to invite the unknown. Preparation is not optional, understanding is survival. The world is turning, the veils are thinning, and the echoes grow louder. Listen closely. They are calling. Plain text primary keywords, secondary keywords, long-tail keywords, informational keywords, magnifying milky dive into the lost history of ancient supercivilizations and unlock secrets buried beneath time. In this video, we explore epic archaeological revelations from Göbekli Tepe to submerged Yonaguni ruins, Moai water evidence of global cataclysms that may have wiped out advanced cultures' volcano collision, mysterious artifacts and out-of-place tools that defy conventional timelines wrench mythic legends, from Atlantis to the Anunnaki, hinting at hidden knowledge scroll cutting-edge science. LIDAR, ancient DNA, quantum physics, and biohybrid technology DNA microscope prepare for a journey through paradoxes and controversies. Could humanity once have wielded energy and computing far beyond today's capabilities? High desktop. Did prehistoric societies map the stars with precision rivaling modern observatories? Shooting triangular. Our ancient myths encoded memories of lost global networks of wisdom. Open link. This is more than history. It's a roadmap to reimagine our future by learning from forgotten giants. Ready to question everything you thought you knew. Backhand index pointing right. Don't forget to subscribe for more mind-blowing science stories. Like if you're fascinated by ancient mysteries. Speech balloon. Comment your wildest theory below. Counterclockwise arrows button. Share with explorers who crave the unknown.